continued because young people know we can disregard moral decency and just kill the baby. We don't want that in our state. We're praying you do the right thing. We're praying you fear God. As was said earlier, kiss the Son, pay homage to the Son, lest he be angry and you perish in the way. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for your testimony. We have Natasha Durand.
Hello, elected officials and members of the committee. My name is Natasha Durand, and I am a resident of Lexington County, a disabled veteran, a mother, a PhD candidate in physiology, and a concerned citizen. I'm here today to fight for my reproductive rights. I find it appalling that you would trust me to volunteer for military service, get deployed, and put my body on the line for this country and for this state, but you would not trust me to make my own healthcare decisions. Due to my time in the military, I have 3 dislocated discs in my back. I have nerve damage affecting my hands, my left leg. I have a dislocated cervical vertebra and a host of other conditions caused from 1st through 3rd degree burns over approximately 25% of my body. This all leaves me in pain daily and greatly affects my life. Pregnancy at this point for me would either disable me more or it would kill me, which would leave my child orphaned because her father died almost 6 years ago from service-related cancer. You wouldn't know that from looking at me, and you wouldn't know that from sitting where you are. You wouldn't know the struggles many people with a uterus face. While you talk about completely banning abortion, over 300 people in this state live in a contraceptive desert. Those same people don't have access to proper obstetric care. South Carolina ranks 8th worst in health care, as well as one of the highest states for poverty and evictions. This leaves me wondering, what is the end goal when it comes to forcing people to give birth? I know many people before and after me will come here to give their views, many holding Bibles. While I respect their right to hold their beliefs, I want to point out this country was founded on the premise of separation between church and state, and church includes God. I'm not a Christian. I don't force my views on others, and I ask that the same respect be given to me. Legislation guided by the Bible, even minutely, infringes on my rights. I want to end by saying banning abortion will not stop abortion. We can look in history and see it will only stop safe abortions. Women will die. I ask that you stop these bans, give the individual the right to decide what they want to do with their life and their body. Because ultimately, if we do not have a right to bodily autonomy, we do not have a right to anything else in this life. And right now, that decision is in your hands. And I ask that you take that decision out of your hands and put it in my hands. Because I am the only person who knows what is best for me, my family, and my life. Thank you.
Thank you for your service and thank you for your testimony. Ray Smothers.
Hi, everybody. My name's Ray Smothers. I live in Lexington County. I am the founder of Fight for Your Rights, South Carolina, and I'm tired. I'm tired of men deciding my fate for me. I'm tired of having to console my friend who is scared to death that she may be pregnant with her rapist baby and may have no resources to either abort or even keep the child. I am tired of constantly being afraid that my wife and I's marriage will be illegitimate once this goes too far. I am tired of being thought of as a second-class citizen because that is essentially what the government is telling us we are by taking away our rights. But most of all, I'm tired of fighting. I shouldn't have to be here right now in my work uniform after 10 hours of working for a below poverty line minimum wage, but here I am once again. This is not only about abortion. This is about the aftermath and the people that will be affected after implementing this ban. The court's decision to outlaw abortion will prove to cause financial hardships for many, especially those already facing economic instability. Before the Roe decision in 1973, about 40% of women were working or seeking jobs. This drastically increased through the 1980s, and now the women's labor force participation rate is close to 60%. This will all be derailed once those with a uterus are forced to have children they can't care for financially or even mentally. We will be forced to drop out of the workforce due to no resources being at our disposal, such as federal paid parental leave programs for all regardless of their job, universal health care, and universal child care. Those who have access to abortions are more likely to be able to hold down a full-time job, and studies show when abortion is accessible, abortion rates go down. So why are you depriving me of our fundamental constitutional rights as uterus owners? You say it's because of the children. You need to save the children, but in reality, there have been 27 school shootings in the past year, and they're not willing to implement stricter gun laws. If it's about the children, why are there 424,000 children in the foster care system? Because it's not about the children. This is about control. If it's not about religion, then why are our laws riddled with religion? Having a baby after being raped is not God's plan, and you can't tell me otherwise. Many states won't even make an exception for rape or incest. This will not be the end of abortions. This will be the end of safe abortions. There's not many young uterus owners who may find themselves pregnant, whatever the situation may be, and not try to get an unsafe abortion, risking their safety or even result to take their own life. This is the reality for us in America these days. We have lost our rights and have gone back 50 years because of a couple of men who can't even find the clitoris. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Elsie Patterson.
Hello. Thank you all for your time today. My name is Leslie Patterson. I am a wife and a mother of 3 beautiful daughters. And in my lifetime, I have known several women who have had abortions, and they all express the same pain and regret. Each and every one of them still mourn the loss that they caused. Praise the Lord that some of them found peace and forgiveness that only God can offer. The first friend I met when I was 16. She had had an abortion when she was 16. I saw her crying, and I asked her what was the matter with her, and she replied, "My baby would be 2 if I had not killed it." She went on to tell me her story and how her and the baby's father mourned the loss of their child every anniversary of her abortion. That's just one of several stories of regret that I have heard. I have never heard a positive story from a post-abortive mother. Each and every one of them knew their abortion didn't take away the fact that they were mothers. They were mothers the moment they conceived their baby. They were now just simply mothers of dead babies. Since science and scripture tell us upon conception, there is a new human life, if not before. Jeremiah 1:5, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you." The baby is formed, and there is a unique DNA upon conception. Each and every baby at the moment of conception is a human at its earliest form of development. His or her location does not make it a part of its mother's body. We are in this building, but we are not a part of this building. We are no less human because we are inside of a building. An unborn baby is not a part of its mother's body. He or she is simply and temporarily inside of its mother's body. A person's location and stage of development do not take away its humanity, its value, or its right to life. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We have Kaia Patterson.
Hello, my name is Kaia Patterson, and I'm a citizen of Vicksburg, Leesville, South Carolina. I am 17 years old, and I'm an advocate for the unborn of our nation. Genesis 1:27. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God, he created him. Male and female, he created them. Psalm 139, 13 through 16. For you formed my inner parts. You knitted me together in my mother's womb. I praise you, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Wonderful are your works. My soul knows it very well. My frame was not hidden from you, when I was being made in secret, intricately woven in the depths of the earth. Your eyes saw my unformed substance. In your books were written, every one of them, the days that were formed for me, when as yet there were none of them. Exodus 23:7. Keep far from a false charge, and do not kill the innocent and righteous, for I will not acquit the wicked. Psalm 127, 3 through 9. Behold, children are a heritage from the Lord, the fruit of the womb a reward. Proverbs 6, 16 through 17. There are 6 things that the Lord hates, 7 that are an abomination to him: haughty eyes, a lying tongue, and hands that shed innocent blood, a heart that despises wicked plans, feet that make haste to run to evil, a false witness who breathes out lies, and one who sows discord among brothers. Amos 5:15. Hate evil, love good, maintain justice in the courts. Perhaps the Lord God Almighty will have mercy on the remnant of Joseph. It is your duty to establish justice and to protect all of South Carolina's citizens, including the unborn. Please ban abortion from conception with no exceptions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I think we have Darby Patterson.
My name is Darby Patterson, and I am 15 years old. I think it's safe to say that I'm not only the youngest, but the smallest person in this room. Does that mean I have less worth than you? No. Our God says all human life is sacred from the moment of conception. Abortion is murder, and murder is always wrong. Please ban abortion from conception without exceptions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Jeremy Patterson.
Hello all. Good afternoon. My name is Jeremy Patterson. I'm from Batesburg, Leesville. I am an elder at a small church there, Immerse Church. I'm thankful for the opportunity to be able to testify before you today, to bear witness to the truth. I think that's a good definition of the word testify. So I'd like to bear witness to several truths here before you now, and I pray that you will recognize them as such and act accordingly. Truth number 1, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth and all that is in them. This is the triune God of these holy scriptures. We exist through him and for him. Nothing exists by accident, and without him, nothing exists at all. The second truth, God has revealed himself to us through nature, through his word, and through the man Christ Jesus. By his revelation, all men recognize certain truths, whether they choose to acknowledge them or not. Among them is the truth that every one of us is made in the image of God. Therefore, thou shalt not commit murder. Every person here knows that is true. Again, whether they acknowledge it or not. Truth 3, Scripture and science both tell us that a new human being is created at the moment of conception. A newly fertilized egg is an image bearer of God at its earliest stage of development. Worth is not assigned to a person all of a sudden at a certain stage of development. The inherent worth of individual humans doesn't grow with fingers and toes. It's not assigned at the first heartbeat or at the moment the mother decides that she wants the child. It's not assigned by any human whim or will at all. It is assigned by God. Human worth and dignity is assigned by God at the very instant that life is created. And I could argue even before, from the Jeremiah verse, I have formed you in your mother's womb. The intentional destruction of innocent human life at any time after conception is murder. This is, on its face, it's a complex issue, but when you really break it down to what it is, it's as simple as it can be. Life begins at conception. Intentionally destroying any human life is murder. Murder is wrong, and it deserves to be punished and treated as such. It doesn't matter if the victim is an inconvenience to someone else. It doesn't matter who the victim's father is or what he may have done. It doesn't matter if the victim is handicapped or poor. thou shalt not commit murder. Truth 4, last one. Ladies and gentlemen, you and your fellow legislators have a grave responsibility before God to uphold justice. You've heard Romans 13 quoted up here. I'm going to quote it again. Rulers are not a cause of fear for good behavior, but for evil. Do you want to have no fear of authority? Do what is good, and you will have praise from the same. For it is a minister of God to you for good. But if you do what is evil, be afraid, for it does not fear the sword. For it does not bear the sword for nothing. For it is a minister of God, an avenger who brings wrath upon the one who practices evil. Far be it from me to tell you your duty, but please allow your Creator to tell you. That's why you're sitting where you're sitting, so that you can be ministers that uphold good and punish evil. Please ban abortion without exception in South Carolina. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We have Pat Forbus.
Thank you, and I do believe it's a complex issue. My name is Pat Forbus. I'm a family court attorney here in Columbia, South Carolina. I have testified before the Senate subcommittee about a little 11-year-old girl who lived in Sumter, South Carolina. We called her Anna. She was in the 4th grade, and she was pregnant because she had been raped by her uncle. She told her mother what was going on. Her mother said, just stay away from him. She could not stay away from him. She began to share her story with her church members and her school counselors. Eventually, she was removed from the home, and it was determined that she was pregnant. The school, in all their wisdom, determined it was better not to have her in class, so she was sent to the office for classes. Then she was sent home to be homeschooled. She was taken to an obstetrician, and it was determined she was pregnant, but at 11 years of age and weighing only 90 pounds, if she was forced to carry this child to term, she would have to have a cesarean section. She also went to a mental health counselor who felt, with all that she had been through, that she should not be forced to carry this child to term. Her abortion took place shortly before Christmas. Present at the procedure was a policeman who was there to ensure there was a chain of custody for any product of conception, so in case we found the uncle, he could be prosecuted. Anna got a chance to go on and enjoy her Christmas. All she wanted was a dollhouse. She was just a very, very little girl. So now, Anna will be, actually she did finish the 4th grade, and this fall she'll be beginning 5th grade. She is not beginning the 5th grade with a scar from a cesarean section. She is not beginning the 5th grade with a baby. She is still, however, in care because there's been no final determination of what her future is going to be. Now, in our family courts, we look at what is the best interest of a child. And I have to ask you, how can it be in the best interest of this child that she be forced to carry a pregnancy to term? Why does this little girl's life have to be sacrificed? In the past, I have attended hearings and I've heard it said by several members of committees that 2 wrongs don't make a right. But these alleged wrongs are not equal. The attempt to justify denying a woman of any age who has been a victim of rape or incest a right to abortion is just cruel, heartless, and without any understanding of what these victims have been through or may be forced to go through. I share this story to give a face to what you're deciding to do for and against the women of South Carolina. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We have Joan Sheeler.
Hello, my name is Joan Sheeler. It's mispronounced all the time. Don't worry
I
about it.
apologize, Ms. Sheeler.
Okay. As a former teacher of elementary and special education, I feel a need to give to this committee a little information of science and meaning that you have forgotten. To ban abortion by professing a false claim that a fertilized egg is a person or life is not a fact. Where is your documentation that a fertilized egg is a person or its life? Can anyone bring forth that documentation to me now? I know by repeating a false claim that a fertilized egg is a person or life many times, when you repeat it many times, people will believe it, and you know it. That's why you have been doing it for decades. Because people will not do the research for themselves. But today, I hope you and this audience will come forth with the truth. A fertilized egg is not a person. You even introduced a bill called the Personhood Bill. I thought for sure you would do your research for calling in experts, doctors, and scientists, and science professors for making such a false claim. But you didn't. I did. Following the sperm penetration, a series of events set the stage for the first cell division. This embryo is called a zygote. Not a person. Look it up. I did. Over the course of the next 7 days, the human embryo undergoes multiple cell divisions, a process called mitosis. At the end of the transition period, the embryo becomes a mass of a very organized cells, blastocytes. Nowhere in the 9-month term of pregnancy, in any stage of development, it is called a person. Look it up. I did. The definition of birth is the act of being forth offspring, bringing forth offspring. The dictionary definition of life is a period between birth and death. That's it. Between birth and death. That's a dictionary definition of life. And it's of a living thing, especially a human being. Life includes the capacity of growth, reproduction, functional activity, and continual change preceding death. The dictionary definition of a person, a human being, especially distinguished from a thing or a lower animal, individually it's a man, woman, or child. That's the definition of a person, man, woman, or child.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it.
I have one more comment.
Well, we need to keep moving, but I'll let you have one more comment.
Thank you. So, I just want to say, however, if you contend to believe a zygote is a person, are you prepared to allow this pregnant woman to apply for child support from the father? Can the zygote apply for Social Security and qualify as an exemption on the South Carolina tax return? I don't know. But your test will be given on November the 8th. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your testimony. We have Melvin Carter.
Yes, good morning. My name is Melvin Carter. I'm a resident here of Richland County. And my being here alone is kind of surprising for me myself. My son dropped me off here this morning because it wasn't quite a challenge, but we have had this discussion many times before. And so I'm here, and I just wanted to say that since I've been here, I've heard a lot of hot rhetoric, a lot of divisive rhetoric amongst people here. And I just wanted to say, since I've been here, I've seen the battle lines drawn. You know, there's people who are for abortion, people are against. I'd like to say that I'm glad to be here in your presence because I'm glad to see each and every one of you here today. Because each of you that are here today are a living testament to life. So I appreciate the opportunity to come down here and just say that. And I'm hoping and I'm praying that those people who are opposed to life hear this one thing I have to say. I haven't heard anyone here say that they love you, that they love those people who disagree with them. And I want to say that I love you, even though you disagree with me. And I'm hoping that we can find some resolution to this very divisive issue and that we can come together as people. God says that the world will know us as followers of Christ because of how we show love towards one another. And I'm hoping and praying that that's going to be something that we can all understand and hear and come to grips with. We're all one people. We're all one nation. We're all representatives of Christ if we wanted to be or not. So that's about all I have to say. And thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. We have Philip Huber.
Hello, I'm from Scranton, South Carolina, graduate of Francis Marion University, and a member of Covenant Baptist Church. As legislators, surely you understand the gravity of the situation as the nature of personhood itself is at stake. Legalized abortion, even before the detection of a heartbeat, denies the essential humanity of the unborn. The compartmentalization of personhood and the arbitrary legislation resulting from it has plagued our state and our nation from the beginning. In fact, legalized abortion is not the first instance in our state where the law has denied the humanity of an entire class of people. If you will recall, following the Stono Rebellion of 1739, the colonial legislature of South Carolina passed the Negro Act of 1740, which made killing a slave a misdemeanor instead of a capital offense and criminalized their right to self-defense. Unfortunately, such slave codes remained on the books until the end of slavery in 1865. Nationally, the arbitrary Dred Scott decision of 1857 ruled that descendants of African slaves could not be citizens of the United States. This unjust ruling was subsequently overturned with the passage of the 14th Amendment in 1868, which prevents any state from depriving any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, or denying any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. Everything that makes a human is present at conception. This is now indisputable. So arbitrarily deciding when someone can take a human life in the womb, which the fetal heartbeat bill effectively allows at around 6 weeks or under, sets a truly dangerous precedent. Once you begin qualifying personhood and the nature of those rights granted to such persons, you invite all forms of evil, leaving us all exposed to such qualifications. If a baby in the womb is in fact a person, that is, a human being, then the unjustified killing of that human being constitutes murder. Thus, any legislation passed in South Carolina should provide for the criminal prosecution of those involved in that baby's murder, including the parents. I implore you to draft legislation abolishing abortion once and for all in South Carolina without qualification or exception, repealing Title 44, Chapter 41 of the South Carolina Code of Laws. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mark Corral.
All right. Yes, my name is Mark Corral. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm from the Chester-York County area in House District 43. I manage the regulatory change process for a national financial company. I also minister at a local church in my area. I am also helping to lead the fastest growing grassroots coalition around the state to end abortion in South Carolina. We have led and organized the largest 2 pro-life rallies in the state in the last 14 months. The last one this past March, where we called on our legislators to resist Roe and establish equal protection for all of the unborn from conception. And we had over 500 of our South Carolinians just right around the corner on the South Steps. I also speak for many of the folks who have contacted some of you in the last 24 hours, many of the folks that have spoken to today, and the hundreds of people outside, and the thousands of South Carolinians around the state. If you hear one ongoing repetitive theme from our constituents is equal protection under the law. And because of this, I want to implore you or appeal to you to, when you're drafting this bill, don't think about what needs to be in this bill in order to get it passed. South Carolinians, pro-life, conservative Christians are tired of the pro-life antics. We want real courage. And I want to appeal to you to think about what is right, what is true, and what is just, and put that in the bill. The 14th Amendment, as the constitutional attorney said this morning, I want to quote it as a part that's often missed, and it says, "Nor now shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law." And here's the important part: "Nor deny any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws." Do you believe that life begins at conception, friends? I pray that you do. Both Scripture and science affirms this. If you believe that life begins at conception, I want to appeal to you to prove it and put it in this bill without exceptions. The South Carolina GOP platform says this, quote, "We believe the 14th Amendment protection applies to unborn children." So because of this, we want to make sure that you include the following 4 components in the bill that you're getting ready to draft. Number 1, to classify abortion from conception as murder. In the eyes of God, in the eyes of the Constitution, and by mere logic and reason, that is what the taking of an innocent life is. We need to classify it as murder. Because it's murder, this bill must also criminalize all culpable parties who seek to murder their preborn baby. Friends, this includes mothers who willingly and with malice forethought seek to kill their preborn babies. If you don't include that in the bill, the do-it-yourself abortion industry is booming, and the pro-aborts know it. Last 2, I'll just list them: no exceptions or loopholes, and repeal all laws that regulate abortion. Thanks for your time. God bless.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Diane Grant.
Good afternoon. My name is Diane Grant. I'm a volunteer with Planned Parenthood. I come to you today, as I have on several occasions over the past 3 years, asking you to maintain and expand abortion access in South Carolina. At previous committee meetings, I spoke of the abortion I had almost 50 years ago when Roe v. Wade was less than a year old. I spoke of being able to finish my education, progress in my career, fall in love, and marry the man I wanted. In essence, to create the life I wanted. My abortion gave me control over my life. I feel neither shame nor regret over my decision, but I believe there's a bigger picture here that we can all agree on. First of all, there are 407,000 children in foster care in the U.S. The foster care system in the U.S. is currently described as being broken. If abortions are banned, that number will certainly rise. 1/2 of children in foster care do not graduate high school. 1 in 5 will enter the homeless population. 1 in 4 will become involved with the criminal justice system within 2 years after foster care. Almost 115,000 of these children cannot be returned to their families and are waiting to be adopted. The second point I'd like to bring about is that the U.S. has the highest maternal mortality rate of the top 10 wealthiest countries in the world. Even a low-risk pregnancy and birth has higher risk to the mother than an abortion. One 2021 study estimated that if U.S. banned abortions, the number of pregnancy-related deaths would rise by more than 20% in subsequent years. The third point I'd like to talk about is dealing with poverty. Economists have found that access to abortion reduced the odds of women dropping out of school and living in poverty. In a brief to the Supreme Court, 151 economists wrote that access to legal abortions has led to women attaining higher levels of education and professional occupations, as well as lower rates of child poverty. The end of abortion access will mean more children living in poverty. States not willing to give new babies and their families the educational, medical, and/or financial support they need to lead a healthy life could leave tens of thousands of future children unnecessarily disadvantaged and living in poverty. Research has shown that the vast majority of women request abortions due to a lack of financial reasons. A study of hundreds of pregnant women over a decade found that 72% of those denied abortion care ended up living in poverty. The fourth point I'd like to talk about today is crime prevention. One of the most quoted chapters in the book, Freakonomics, details how the implementation of Roe v. Wade in the 1970s led to a significant drop in crime in the 1990s. I fear if abortion is completely banned in South Carolina, women will have less freedom, less equality, and less economic power. I encourage you to vote for freedom, safety, and economic responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We have Ariana Goodwin. Ms. Goodwin. Cynthia Neienblatt.
First of all, I want to thank you for pronouncing my name correctly. You're the only person who ever does that.
I can't really take credit for it.
So, hi, I'm Cynthia Neienblatt. I'm from Charleston. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today about the restrictive and dangerous reproductive health care laws you are considering. I stand before you today to declare that if this legislation moves forward, the overwhelming majority of you will be violating my First Amendment rights to religious freedom, as well as my 14th Amendment rights to life, liberty, and equal protection under the law. I am a fifth-generation Jewish Charlestonian and past president of the Charleston section of the National Council of Jewish Women, a charitable organization that prides itself on its long history of being a champion for women's health and rights. I speak for myself and thousands of other Jewish citizens of South Carolina who do not subscribe to the tenets of Christianity, nor the evangelical beliefs upon which this proposed legislation is based. And might I add that the amount of gospel that has been preached in these chambers is offensive to many of the people waiting to speak to you today. Those who believe life begins at conception are imposing a fundamental Christian religious belief upon all of the citizens of South Carolina while ignoring established scientific facts that a fetus isn't viable until it is fully developed and can take its first breath away from the placental system. For those confused about the difference between belief and fact, allow me to elaborate. Belief is saying this country was founded as a Christian nation. Fact is recognizing that the word God is not mentioned in the U.S. Constitution. Article 1, Section 8 does, however, call for the promotion of science by Congress. Belief is saying that people can avoid abortions by not engaging in sexual intercourse, waiting until marriage, or using contraceptives. Even then, belief is the assumption that all pregnancies are wanted or can go full term without affecting the health of the mother. Fact is stating that women of various ages who become pregnant, not even the ones that are raped and molested, are at risk for preeclampsia, ectopic pregnancies, postpartum depression, and death from delivery. That doesn't even take into account the failure of birth control when prescribed medications, including antibiotics, lessen the efficacy of birth control. Belief is saying that your God calls on you to protect the unborn and enact laws in your God's name. Fact is saying the First Amendment protects me from state-sponsored religious legislation. Fact also states that the 14th Amendment protects my body from the interference of government, and this is not a mask issue. Pregnancy, unlike COVID, is not contagious. Also, how will you explain this proposed legislation's violation of the federally mandated HIPAA laws? I refuse to write the name of every member of the General Assembly on my doctor's HIPAA forms. Fact, no one is pulling pregnant people off the street and forcing them to get abortions. I'm almost done, against their will. Also, no one is forcing anyone to give up their religious beliefs by enabling abortion to remain legal. But if you take away my healthcare rights as a Jewish citizen of this state because your God tells you otherwise, then I call out each of you on your hypocrisy when you took an oath to uphold the Constitution.
Thank you for your testimony. Berwald.
I'm going to apologize because unfortunately, I've altered my speech 3 times since getting here. I was raised Jewish. I was Jewish until I was 20, and I found Christ when I was driving on the road. I didn't want to. I didn't ask for him. He found me, and I have been a loving member of the Jesus family since then. So it is important that I reflect what I believe that my Jesus tells me to do. So first, I'd like to correct some things because I feel like we disagree because we don't all have the right information. So the first recorded evidence of an induced abortion is from Egyptian Ebers papyrus in 1550 BC. Not until 1588 did Pope Sixtus V declare all abortion murder, with excommunication as the punishment. Only 3 years later, a new pope found the absolute sanction unworkable and again allowed early abortions. 300 years would then pass before Catholic Church under Pius IX again declared all abortion murder. Biblical reasons for abortion issues. In Jewish law, the Old Testament, the one that comes before my New Testament, in Jewish law, fetus attains the status of a full person not only at birth, Sources in the Talmud indicate that prior to 40 days of gestation, the fetus has an even more limited legal status, with one Talmudic authority asserting that prior to 40 days, the fetus is mere water. In Christianity, there's no mention of abortion or ending a pregnancy in the New Testament whatsoever. How often are men considered infertile, men and women considered infertile, and they're able to go through infertility treatments in order to assist in creating a child of their own? Didn't God choose to make those individuals infertile? Has anyone bothered to consider that maybe those individuals were meant to care for all of the unwanted children? Matthew 22:36, everybody's quoting the Bible today. Teacher, which is the greatest commandment in the law? Jesus replied, love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your mind. And this is the first and greatest commandment. And the second is, love your neighbor as yourself. All the law and the prophets hang on these commandments. And I'm so sorry because I know this is going to be long. At 43 years old, I've had the opportunity to be the mother of 2.5 children. In between 2 healthy pregnancies, I lost a baby girl at 21 weeks. After spending 5 days with my membranes being ruptured, my body got to 2 centimeters before it said, I'm done. Did the same with my others. And I had to be induced in order to deliver her. She was born alive. Her heart beat for an hour before she passed. But just an FYI, pregnancies are not considered viable until 24 weeks gestation. So I didn't get a birth certificate with this baby, but I did get a death certificate that said spontaneous abortion on it. So I had to have an abortion. I found that incredibly odd that something could be considered dead without being ever considered alive. Are you aware that in South Carolina in 2019, out of 5,100 abortions, only 5 were done after 20 weeks? That's 1%. After that, I was all in on the pro-life movement. I gave birth to a baby. It wasn't an alien, didn't have transparent skin. It was 17 years ago. And over the past 17 years, I have had the opportunity to grow as a person and see past my own experiences. And in those 17 years, I have personally known women who have had to undergo an abortion or take a morning after pill because the baby had either passed away in utero, they had issues with their pregnancy, issues with the child, an abusive partner situation, or even were the victims of rape. As of today, I am a Jesus-loving mom of 2.5 kids that is pro-choice, and I know I'm over time, I'm so sorry. Not because I wish to have abortions to be used as birth control, but because there are situations in which abortions are not only warranted, but needed. And in the past few months, there have been a slurry.
sorry.
I know I'm over, and I'm
sorry.
so sorry.
And
I will email you.
I don't want to interrupt you, and I don't want to
I
cut
get
you
very
off.
passionate.
I understand. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I have Cody Watson.
Hello. This is Gail also. She's going to participate. My name is Cody Watson, and I am also with Covenant Baptist Church. And I know there's people groaning because I heard them in the other room. I'm a Christian wife and a mother. I have 7 children, although 4 only made it to my arms. I support complete abolition of abortion without exception, along with the criminalization of anyone involved in the murder of babies, including the mother. It's time to stop making legal decisions based on the whims and emotions of a hysterical, shrieking society and instead stand for righteousness and justice based on the Word of God. Abortion is the murder of a child, therefore everyone ought to be punished accordingly. From the beginning of time, women have been easily deceived and emotionally driven. Thinking something good was being held back from her, Eve took the forbidden fruit and ate. Adam stood by and watched, seeing if she would die. Today, too many men stand by watching, saying that their lack of a uterus keeps them from speaking up at a time when women demand what should be forbidden. Thus, the earliest sin, the cowardice of a man refusing to lead and protect, continues today. The Bible says that the Lord is slow to anger and great in power, and the Lord will by no means clear the guilty. There is a lot of hate being spewed at God in the church right now, but I stand to proclaim that we are all sinners deserving of wrath and eternal hell, yet the Lord is slow to anger. Nobody here, myself included, has lived perfectly without sin. God promises that he will by no means clear the guilty, and yet he made him who knew no sin to be sin on our behalf so that we might become the righteousness of God in him. Praise God, that's the Jesus I follow. Without Christ, I am a wretched sinner running a hell-bound race. There is great forgiveness in Jesus Christ, and the church stands ready to help mothers and fathers. I pray that every soul in this room will fully grasp the utter desperation they're in and realize that God is their only hope. I stand here also to remind the church that we must stand for righteousness and do what we can to influence the laws of the land like we are today, but also remember that laws do not change hearts. Mount Sinai offered no refuge. We have the gospel of peace, and we trust God for results. We must proclaim the gospel to those who are perishing and who leave a trail of blood wherever they go. Lead them to the blood of Christ. He is mighty to save. And finally, I'm here to call on our legislators to stand firm and protect life at every stage, from conception to natural death, to submit to the word of God, which forbids murder, and lastly, to share these words of warning from 2 Chronicles 19:7. So now then, let the dread of Yahweh be upon you. Be careful what you do, because with Yahweh our God there is no unrighteousness or partiality or the taking of a bribe. May you act righteously and establish justice in our state.
Thanks for your testimony. Abigail Berwald.
Hello, my name is Abigail Berwald. My mom was just up here. I was the first of those 2.5 children, and I would just like to inform you guys that an abortion is defined as the medical assistance of the removal of a fetus, whether dead or alive. So, that baby's dead, it's still considered an abortion. And there are many doctors already in America who are very concerned to give people that life-saving procedure done because they're scared that they will be arrested, that their HIPAA laws will be violated, and that they will then face murder charges for something that is not murder. For Christians out there, I am also a Christian. I do believe in God. I do believe he is my Savior, and I do not believe that he will send us to hell, for Jesus did die for our sins. Therefore, there will be no judgment. There will be no burning in hell, for we are all saved in his eyes. So your argument is illegitimate. I would also like to point out that Genesis 2:7 says, "Then the Lord God formed a man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life." For you to be alive, you must breathe, and you cannot do that in the womb. I would also like to inform you that I am very upset that I even have to bring God into this, because we have something called the separation of church and state. I'm 18 and I know this, and I'm 18 and terrified to live in this country, and even more terrified to live in this state, because I don't know if I'm going to be raped tomorrow, the next day. I don't, and neither do any of you. That is not a guarantee in this life, and it is not a guarantee in America for us to be safe here. Therefore, if I were to be raped, I would then have to be carrying my baby. I will then also probably have to sacrifice a lot of my time and money towards that baby instead of going to college, where I want to be an elementary school teacher, so I can raise children in this country to be good people who value one another, who value and love each person for just being here. But I wouldn't be able to do that. Instead, I would be a slave to a capitalistic nation that wants to force women to bear children, to work for the economy. So, that's pretty great. I also believe in personal choice because as American, we are free and under my right to have the freedom of separation of church and state, which is protected under our Constitution and Bill of Rights. I believe I should have that ability. I would also like to point out that under the United Nations, forced pregnancy is torture. America is being reported to the United Nations right now for forcing women, children, to give birth to children that they did not want. Do you hear me? To force children to give birth to children. And I am scared because I know you people, that you guys all want us to live in a good world. And I know that you guys want a state for us to feel comfortable and safe. So I hope that you do that. Not only for little baby Gail that was just in here, but also for me. Have a good day.
Thank you for your testimony. We have Tamika Devine. Annette Bethel.
Good afternoon, y'all. I am Annette Bethel. I am president of Columbia Now, and let me remind y'all that Columbia Now has boycotted the state of South Carolina. We were supposed to have a convention this month, but because of these laws that y'all want to present, that these tourism dollars went to Chicago, and I have the press release right here. So help me make it make sense. For a church historical reference, the Inquisition, in which persecuted midwives were called witches, 11th century priests often had concubines and prostitutes, and Magdalene laundries where women were often abused. And Catholic Christian colleges and universities had slaves, and clerical sexual abuse from nuns to women to children, and clerical reproductive abuse. Clergy that have sex with women can become pregnant, and in turn women go into hiding, abort illegal adoptions, or go underground. And some adoption agencies are regulated, and some are not, and some are profit-driven, and some are often very private. Yes, I have gone to LTSS seminary. So help me make sense in today's South Carolina reality with their problems. Lack of healthcare expansion, lack of roads, lack of OBGYNs, lack of or no paid medical pregnancy leave, food apartheid, educational system, forced sterilization, drug testing, the lack of oversight of women in crisis and fake pregnancy centers, and anti-abortion groups such as Operation Rescue and other Christian identity groups assisted at violence, according to SCPL, Southern Poverty Law Center. Make it make sense, people. People that have medicines that are also used for abortion pills are lacking some of their meds for their symptoms, to ease their symptoms. Some hospitals and doctors concerned about the health risk of pregnancy, such as amniotic fluid complications, bleeding pregnancy, miscarriage, fetal loss, placental complications, preeclampsia, eclampsia, stillbirth. I had 2 textbook, 2.5 textbook, 18 hours, 15 hours in labor with my 2 children. No more, I'm done. Due to racism and racist policies to Black women and other women of color, such as illegal experiments, rape, women breeding from plantation, and or sharecropping, owners not feeling pain myth that women do not historically have any rights, much less privacy over their bodies. So today we're seeing higher mortality rates. And also coming down the pipe is doing away with birth control and IVF treatments. So y'all please help me make sense. Other people have referenced Jeremiah the prophet, but let me reference the psalm. Even from birth, the wicked go astray. From the womb, they are wayward, spreading lies. As the lies continue to spread become gospels such as black genocide, abortion leads to breast cancer, depression, regret, abortion pornography, Holocaust reference, Margaret Sanger, Lord have mercy, y'all, we need to talk about this one, and National Right to Life Committee with their lies is partial ban abortion. So my last sentence, wait for it. So if women got together to create a football team to beat USC, I'm a Clemson fan, we would have abortion rights back in one season. So as a state, we can do better, be better, and become better. And here are the press releases for now.
Thank you for your testimony. Kristen Rozer.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank the members of the committee for hearing testimony today, and I hope there will be additional opportunities to do so. My name is Kristen Rozer. I'm a Clemson University graduate where I received a bachelor's degree in economics before obtaining my master's degree in international economics and economic policy from Goethe University in Frankfurt, Germany. I'm a new mother of a 7-month-old. I have had 2 miscarriages. I do not ever want to need an abortion, and yet I'm here to ask the legislature to expand and protect access to abortions. I'm an older mom, 38, which makes any pregnancy risky for me. Weighing the risks of pregnancy is personal, and it used to be a private matter between myself, my husband, and my doctor. The South Carolina legislature has made it public. Current state law treats my miscarriages as potential murders, to the point that I could reasonably fear being investigated while processing another pregnancy loss. The legislature has also increased the risks to me and my family because I cannot trust that I will receive the best or even adequate health care. The legislature has put itself first before my health and my life. For my first miscarriage, my body was not able to fully expel the material. I went through the pain of a natural miscarriage and still needed D&C to avoid an infection that could kill me. D&Cs are also performed for abortions. After my second miscarriage, I was beginning to doubt that I could even carry a healthy pregnancy to term, and I opted for a D&C immediately. Every cycle that I wasn't trying for a baby felt like a waste. I didn't want to have a D&C initially because I worried that a surgery done incorrectly could harm my chances of carrying another pregnancy. I had to be sure the doctor was well-trained and experienced. For any further pregnancies, I cannot even be sure that a doctor will perform a D&C in South Carolina at all, for fear of being investigated or losing their license. I'm the type of person that likes to plan and prepare for all of the worst case scenarios. A lot of economics majors are like that. But I was completely overwhelmed by all of the things that can go wrong during a pregnancy. A number of them would have made me opt for an abortion. For example, a threat to my life, severe birth defects, which would mean my baby was suffering every moment while I was carrying him or her. The list is too long for 3 minutes of testimony, and I urge the committee to speak to medical specialists. One more statement. In anti-abortion policy, outright bans are blunt instruments. And much like with a surgery, use of a blunt instrument can have terrible unintended consequences, leave scars, ruin lives, destroy families, and kill women. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Michael Galamez. Waldrop.
It's actually Kylie Waldrop, not curly, but I appreciate your efforts. Good afternoon, members of the ad hoc committee. My name is Kylie Waldrop, and I am a minister of the gospel of Jesus Christ. I head up a ministry that ministers to mothers in Greenville, South Carolina at the local abortion mill there by offering the hope of the gospel, free resources, adoption, and care. I've seen firsthand the reality of abortion in our state. I come today not to share my own personal vitriol towards the evil of abortion, but to share with you the commands of your God, your King, Jesus Christ, who is the ultimate authority in matters of all morality, which, by the way, are all laws. They are just morality codified into law, of which abortion is one. Jesus Christ is King, ruling and reigning right now, and in the process of making every enemy a footstool for his feet. And as one who possesses the authority within our state to enact law, God commands of you first that you submit to his law and standards. God requires equal justice for all of his image bearers, and any legislation that falls short of that standard should be opposed. God's command to the kings of the earth is simple: submit first to the ultimate authority, which is Jesus Christ. If Christ requires equal justice, then we as his image bearers must do the same. With this being said, the 6-week heartbeat bill, although many of you may have been well-intending with passing it, falls woefully short of establishing justice in the land. It's a bill of partiality to which God says it is wicked and it is evil. It essentially says that children older than 6 weeks have more value than children who are not of that age. Though you may profess with your mouth that these are human beings from conception, our willingness as people to write our names upon these iniquitous bills is a practical picture for us to see where you actually stand. For over 40 years, leaders in this state have given the excuse that since Roe v. Wade is the law of the land, which it never was, it was simply a fallacious court opinion. Nevertheless, men and women within our state for years have trumpeted Roe as the greatest deterrent to establishing real justice for all human beings in this state. Well, brothers and sisters, that time has come to an end. That excuse no longer exists. If you believe that these children are human beings from conception, if you believe that all human life is valuable, and if you profess today to be followers of Christ, you must establish justice. Neither the 6-week ban nor Senator Cash's recent bill, SB 1373, actually established justice for our preborn neighbors, because they emphasize that a mother who knowingly walks into a facility, pays an assassin to take the life of her child, and scoffs at those who are there to offer help and hope is herself a victim. This is the dirty little secret of those who would profess to be pro-life. I'm almost done. All of these efforts have gotten us is the continued slaughter of the preborn in our state. As someone who ministers daily at the abortion mill, there has been no observable difference in numbers of men and women who have come to darken the doors of Greenville Women's Clinic. And even if it did, it does not establish justice. It falls short of what God requires. Establish justice today. End abortion without compromise. God is watching. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Hannah Miller.
My name is Hannah Jackson Miller. I'm from the upstate, and due to my family history, when I first became pregnant in 2013, I was considered a high-risk pregnancy. During the duration of my pregnancy, I received 2 fetal maternal echocardiograms, of which my baby passed with flying colors, and I was told the chances of my baby being born with any abnormalities or defects was less than 1%. Within hours of Ruth Ann's delivery, a pediatric surgeon came to my room to tell me that despite the less than 1% chance, my baby had been born with not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 heart defects, a specific combination referred to as tetralogy of Fallot. 4 months later, she underwent surgery at MUSC and had to have a full repair, and while undergoing surgery, they discovered a 5th defect. She has since recovered, although it was a little difficult. She's turned 8 years old last week. I tell all of you this because thousands of babies are murdered in the womb based on tests that are too frequently wrong. In my case, one of the most reliable forms of testing entirely missed 5 heart defects. On April 19th of this year, the FDA published an article that confessed this truth about another common form of testing, and I quote from their website, you can look it up yourself. Non-invasive prenatal screening tests can give false results, such as reporting a genetic abnormality when the fetus does not actually have one. And they continue, the FDA is aware of reports that women have ended pregnancies based only on the results of NIPS tests. The FDA is aware of cases where a screening test reported a genetic abnormality, and a confirmatory diagnostic test later found that the fetus was healthy, end quote. Lastly, whether a test is wrong or right, a baby is born with an abnormality or not, every baby from conception has a right to live the life that God has given them, however long, short, easy, or difficult it may be. In the book of 2 Samuel chapter 4, 2 men in David's army killed David's enemy, Ishbosheth, while he lay in his bed sleeping. When they brought his head to King David, David, the man after God's own heart, said this, "When wicked men have killed a righteous man in his own house, in his bed, shall I not now require his blood at your hand and destroy you from the earth?" Ishbosheth was David's literal enemy, and he had those 2 men killed on the spot for what they did. How much more will God hold us accountable for the murder of innocent babies in their own home, in their own bed, in the very womb that he placed them in? Children born with abnormalities or defects or disabilities are not our enemies, yet we treat them worse than King David treated his enemies. Last sentence, God forgive us. Not one of us can rightly snuff out an innocent human life that God has called into being. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Dr. Robert Jackson.
Thank you for your patience and your perseverance. My name is Robert Jackson. I'm a family practice physician in Spartanburg for the last 40 years. 25 of those years I was privileged to deliver little babies into this world. But I'm not here to appeal to you as a physician. I'm here to appeal to you as a father. My wife and I have been privileged to have 9 children. 2 of those children are special needs children. Special needs is just a euphemism for handicapped children. 2 of my little boys are special needs boys. The oldest one is 28 now. He was born with laryngotracheobronchomalacia. Say that 3 times fast with the water chewing the back in your mouth. And what that means was that he had cartilage deficiency in his airway, and every time he cried or sucked on a bottle, his airway would collapse and he would become hypoxic. His eyes would roll back in his head and he would pass out. He had a heart defect as well, and he ended up having heart surgery and a tracheostomy, and our living room turned into an ICU, and he had around-the-clock nursing and IV fluids and oxygen and a BiPAP machine, and that went on for 18 months until he outgrew his issue. And now he's tall and got lady-killing dimples, and he's handsome like his daddy. And everybody in our church knows John Richard, and he's sort of a rock star in our church and in our community. And if anybody suggested that his life is not worth living, well, his daddy's going to give him a righteous fat lip. And there are folks that say that we need to have abortion on demand to take care of handicapped children like John Richard. And then I have another son whose name is Thomas Jonathan Lee Jackson, and Thomas is Downs. He was born with a hole in his heart, a big hole. The whole central wall was gone, and it's called the AV canal. And he had to have emergency heart surgery when he was 10 weeks old. And he spent a whole year with a feeding tube, but now he's 21. He looks like a Marine recruit from Paris Island. He's got a big, thick neck, and he doesn't talk much. He just grunts a lot, kind of like a Marine recruit does, you know. But everybody loves Thomas. And he's sort of a rock star in our church and in our community, and he never meets a stranger, and he hugs everybody, friend or foe. He just hugs everybody. But if anybody suggests that Thomas's life is not worth living, well, his daddy's going to give him a holy black eye. Because you see, Thomas is precious in our family. And yet there are those who would suggest that Thomas's life is not worth living. People ask me all the time, what's the bottom line? And I'll tell you very quickly, the bottom line is what grows in the mother's womb? Is it a potential human being or a human being with enormous potential, created in the image of God and special in the economy of God? The whole issue hangs on the answer to that one question. Thank you very kindly.
Thank you, Doctor, for your testimony. Sheila Miller.
Good afternoon, Chairman McCravey and committee. My name is Sheila Miller from the Upstate. Thank you for this opportunity to present my own personal pro-life testimony. You see, my married parents already had 2 teenagers, and my father didn't share my mother's concerns about becoming pregnant again at age 40. My mother found herself in an unplanned, unwanted, high-risk pregnancy, throwing her into a terrible depression. Her circumstances seemed impossible, and she felt completely victimized. She was so distressed that she considered abortion, but knew my father would never give his consent, which was required by state law in Oregon in 1971. 9 months later, what should have been a normal delivery by my mother's chiropractor developed into a prolonged and traumatic experience for everyone involved because I was turned breech bottom first and my mother nearly hemorrhaged to death during the process. Eventually, the doctor presented a black and blue, non-responsive baby to my mother and told her, "We've tried everything, so see if you can get her to nurse. It's her last hope." When my mother laid her eyes on my lifeless body, her viewpoint shifted 180 degrees. She fell instantly in love and couldn't stand the thought of burying me. She said, "You had the most beautiful little face I'd ever seen," and she poured her heartfelt prayers and love into me until I began to revive and nurse. My mother said having me was the best thing she ever did and the best choice she ever made. Praise God, she chose life for me. And in spite of a rough beginning, I have thrived in many ways, including as a wife, mother, foster mother, author of 2 pro-life books, and a sidewalk counselor outside of Greenville Women's Clinic for 4 years, where I've witnessed nearly 40 women choose life. In Spanish, I helped convince this sweet baby's mother to keep her child 3 years ago, and she has never stopped thanking me since. Mothers who have chosen life consistently tell me they are happy with their decision, difficult as it may be. But mothers who've had abortions overwhelmingly tell me they're filled with regret. Now, someone might argue your mother wasn't violently raped. Decades ago, when my older friend Carol was a college freshman, the unthinkable happened. She was thrown down a flight of stairs and then brutally raped, which caused an unwanted pregnancy. Carol was mortified and angered because of the rape, thinking she'd also have anger towards the baby. So she followed counseling to abort the pregnancy, having no idea the total guilt and regret that would come, and now she wishes she'd made a different decision and chosen life instead. You see, the truth hit her that although she was a victim herself, she made a bad situation worse by taking the life of her own child. 2 wrongs don't make a right. Instead, her grief was compounded. Please pass legislation quickly to end abortion with no exception for rape or incest so that all unborn children in South Carolina have a chance to breathe and to hope. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Tanya Warsinger.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for opening this ad hoc committee. I'm Tanya Warsinger, and I live in Greenville, South Carolina, and I have been pro-life since I have been 13 years old. And I have to say, when I moved to Greenville, it was 27 years ago, and I've always gone down to our local abortion clinic to pray and to help offer counseling or help offer different means for women who go in there to get an abortion, try to encourage them to choose life. I have to say that for most of the time, since 27 years, it's been almost okay until the last 2 years. In the last 2 years, we have been accosted by people who do not think life is important. And I have been called vile names, and this is not like a courtroom, so but I have been thrown with dirt, and a lot of things have happened down there that shouldn't happen in a civilized world or in a civilized community. But I do want to say, I'm totally pro-life. That won't deter me from going down there and trying to help women to choose their life, choose life for their children. And there are means in our community, especially in the upstate with the St. Clair's Home for women who are unwed and have to have a child out of wedlock and need help, or they've been, beaten and they need a place to go. There are means. So there's a lie out there that says there's no means. There are means. And there are people out there in our community that actually take in women. So, just be aware that abortion does hurt women. My sister had an abortion and she died a few years back. And I can tell you her life was a train wreck. So, thank you, and I hope you choose life in your legislation from conception. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We have Kristen Roncosa.
Troncosa. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my testimony. Like I just said, my name is Kristen Troncoso. A couple things about me. I'm 31. I live in St. Andrews. I'm married to a wonderful veteran who now works at our Amazon distribution center out in West Columbia. I also want to be a mother. And hopefully in the next year or so, should I be able to, I'd like to have a child. Some background on that statement about should I be able to have a child. A little bit detail, maybe a little bit too much, but I got my first period when I was 12 years old. Things started out fine, but when I got older, the side effects that came along with my period got worse and worse and worse. I would be in such incredible amounts of pain that I would feel nauseous and I would vomit. My flow was so heavy I would turn pale. Teachers would ask me if I needed to go to the nurse's office, and I had to miss school. To combat this, my general practitioner prescribed me various painkillers, none of which helped to contribute to my quality of life. And much to my mother's chagrin, my doctor said the only next step was birth control, which I started on when I was 16. Cue to sophomore year of college. One day I started having pain localized over my ovaries, which is not uncommon for me. I usually have pain when I'm ovulating. And a doctor had suggested to go to the bathroom more frequently to try to alleviate that. And when I did that, it was the most painful thing I had ever experienced. And for context, I actually rolled my ankle later that year, and a extra bone I had in my foot tore through a tendon. So I'm used to pain. Back to the ovaries. I went to the ER and it turned out that I had a large cyst. I continued to have these over the years until I got my IUD, which seems to have kept them to a minimum. So what does that have to do with this committee? If you remember, I said that I wanted to have children, and all of these things that I've just talked about makes it so that I'll likely have complications during my pregnancy. You've heard a lot about the challenges that women have with pregnancy that can result in the death of the mother, the fetus, the unborn child, the child that was wanted. And I could go on about all of those things, but you've heard it, and I'll get to the point. Abortion can be gruesome, and it can bring out some of the strongest emotions that people can feel. You've heard it all today. You've seen that passion. It could keep a woman alive. It could keep my husband from becoming a widow or raising a child on his own. I urge you, I beg you, I implore you, I'll bring out a thesaurus, please. When you're crafting these bills, think about the mothers. Talk to OBGYNs. Talk to family care doctors, emergency room doctors, people who see pregnancy on a daily basis. I'm a consultant. We bring in SMEs all the time because I don't know everything, and I know you don't either, and I know you're very smart people. But bring in those people and have them help you craft these bills. And I'll wrap it up. Just as a woman who wants to have a family, please think of me. I really beg you to. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We have Roxanne Douthit.
My name is Roxanne Douthit. I'm a Columbia citizen for my entire life. I'm 33 weeks pregnant. After 3 years of miscarriages and non-viable pregnancies, my husband and I finally conceived using IVF. My ask for this committee is that you protect abortion access through fetal viability and consider the health of the mother when you're crafting these bills. Pregnancy is hard. This high-risk pregnancy has been very hard. Getting here has been very hard. A woman trying to get pregnant has a 10 to 25% chance of succeeding every month. 10 to 20% of known pregnancies end in miscarriage. 1 in 50 pregnancies is ectopic. And the South Carolina maternal mortality rate is 26.2 deaths per 100,000. And that's higher than the national average. I got pregnant really easily, but I didn't stay pregnant. Most miscarriages are caused by genetic issues where the baby could not survive outside the womb. They were not my fault, but it didn't make it any less devastating. About 50% of miscarriages require a D&C, which is an abortion procedure. The later in pregnancy the miscarriage occurs, the more likely medical intervention is required. Choosing whether to miscarry naturally or have a D&C is best decided between a patient and their healthcare provider, because only they understand the true physical and emotional toll of a non-viable pregnancy. We ended up doing IVF, and we chose to do pre-implantation genetic testing, which tests the embryo to see if there are any genetic defects that could be preventing implantation or cause those miscarriages. And it helps mothers like me who have recurrent miscarriages have a more successful chance. But it's not 100%. Having 3 genetically normal embryos gives you a 95% chance of a single successful pregnancy. I want to repeat that. Having 3 genetically normal embryos gives me a 95% chance of 1 successful pregnancy. I've emailed extended testimony to talk about the South Carolina Mortality and Morbidity Maternal Committee that happened in 2020. Because of the number of women that are seeking abortions are usually mothers. And when you're denied an abortion as a mother, your children are more than 4 times more likely to end up in poverty. And 22% of South Carolina families are already in poverty. As a South Carolina voter, I hope that you think of me, and I hope you think of the other mothers and other families when you're crafting these bills, and protect our right to have a child and protect those children. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Lynn Eisler.
Committee, Mr. McCravey, a special shout out to my representative, Mr. Moore. My name's Lynn Isler, wife and mother in Spartanburg County. I was born at the end of 1973, and we all know what happened earlier that year. My mother spent the final months of her pregnancy at the Florence Crittenden Home for Unwed Mothers down in Charleston County. And I was born at MUSC and immediately placed for adoption by what was then known as the South Carolina Children's Bureau. And when my parents came to pick me up right here in Columbia on Bull Street, I've never lived that down. They like to tease me about that. The workers for the Children's Bureau told them that prior to Roe, they had been able to promise all adoptive parents in the state 2 children apiece. And now they were having trouble finding 1 baby per couple that wanted to adopt. For that reason, this whole thing is very personal to me. I don't know why God chose to spare me. My mother certainly had the choice, and for whatever reason, be it someone that influenced her from her church, I don't know the reasons why. But I feel like I'm obligated to be here and just give my testimony just because I'm grateful to be here. And I ask that you would do away with abortion in this state now that Roe is over, and that there not be any exceptions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mac Nienstedt.
My name is Mac Neenstead. I'm a recent graduate from the College of Charleston. I was a political science student, and in my time studying within the department, I became familiar with the principles of the U.S. Constitution and the foundations of freedom. I stand here today because we are witnessing a colossal violation of human rights on a national level. Now at the state level, we are facing the grave consequences of this decision. The Supreme Court of the United States' decision to overturn Roe v. Wade has left the vast majority of this country in a state of emotional paralysis. What we see now is a mix of people who have watched their rights be stripped from under them in the matter of minutes. What we see now is nothing close to an accurate representation of what freedom is. Not only are our rights at high risk, but our safety is now jeopardized too. The 14th Amendment of the Constitution asserts that the right to privacy and personal liberty is a fundamental right granted to all citizens of the United States. Compelling state interest is the largest factor at play in determining these personal liberties, especially right now. The interest of the state is within the people who walk these streets, who sit in this room, who are standing outside fighting for justice. It is unjust and unconstitutional to enforce legislation that divides the people. Enforcing strict bans on abortion implements policies of division between fertile and non-fertile individuals. Justice has to be equal. Right now, the notion of equality has been compromised. I was present in a Planned Parenthood clinic the day the heartbeat bill was put into action. What I saw that day was a room full of terrified individuals of all backgrounds. Watching the mayhem ensued enhanced the severity of the situation for me. I formed an intimate relationship with fear that day, as did many others. The state of South Carolina has an obligation to the people to hear our voices and act on our concerns. Equal access to abortions across the state needs to be reinforced and protected. There's so much more at risk with eradicating access to safe abortions than is being considered. I urge you to intently listen to the testimony of those in this room today, to your constituents, and to the people in your community. You have the ability to protect us. When you look at the people standing before you today, I urge you to look them in the eyes. I can guarantee you'll see fear within them. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Sadie Wojciewicz.
Hi, good afternoon. Switovich. I reside in Summerville, South Carolina. I'm a concerned citizen and mother of this state. I'm concerned by the lack of empathy and medical knowledge of the elected officials assigned to represent our citizens. I hope to be able to speak today, and I am. I'm glad I'm here. Thank you. Last year, in June of 2021, I was in the final stages of my pregnancy. I was pregnant with my daughter, Anya. This is her. She was completely planned and wanted by my family. She was wanted in every single way. Her nursery was done. Her car seat was installed. We were packed. We were ready to go. We were ready for her to come home. I had regular standard prenatal care as a low-risk pregnant woman. Every appointment went great. We had no cause for concern. Her anatomy was normal. Everything was going great. My entire life changed at 34 weeks when we discovered that she had excess fluids in her brain. We later found out that this was cancer. It spread so fast and ate all of her brain tissue. She had none left. She had a brain stem. She had no tissue. I'm sorry, this is a little hard. This was the darkest moment of my entire life. I rushed to MUSC Charleston, where I was shocked to learn that our state laws prevented doctors from touching me. I underwent every amount of testing available, and the ethics committee decided that I did not qualify under state law to have an emergency C-section or to induce my labor. It was determined that since she had a strong heartbeat and no doctor could come to a complete consensus on just how much brain function she had, removing her dead or alive from my body was called a late-term abortion under state law. There was no disputing. Every doctor who saw our medical file agreed that she was killing me. Her head was getting bigger every single day, and my body was not designed to do that. My uterus was twisting around my intestines, and I had a high chance of dying. But I wasn't dying yet, so I was forced to carry her. She had no chance of survival. I had to carry my dying baby for almost a week before I met all of the requirements set by law and what our state considers medically necessary. I had to start dying. My body had to start failing. Developing severe preeclampsia is the only thing that saved my life and allowed my doctors to get me into an operating room. I did not want to abort my baby. At the point of meeting state legality, I was eventually given the opportunity to drain her fluids and birth her naturally, but she would have died, and I wanted to meet her. Thank you. This is all I have left for my child. These laws will kill women like me.
Thank you for your testimony. The Reverend C.J. Keith.
Thank you to the committee for taking the time to hear my testimony. My name is Dr. Crystal Tomlin. I'm a pediatric and adolescent gynecologist serving not just the Midlands, but the entire state of South Carolina. I deal with pediatric patients of all ages and at various points in their reproductive journey. I'm too familiar with the victims of rape and incest. While for many this is a catchphrase or thought of as a rare event, I have had more than 3 victims of these crimes come through my doors, more than I can count in my years of practice. Last fall, I had 3 in my office within the space of just 3 weeks, aged 11, 12, and 14. However, I am concerned about adolescents who are not victims of rape and incest. Last year, I had a 13-year-old girl in my office with her parents with an unplanned early pregnancy. She was a lovely girl with a stable home life and caring parents. When I asked about the circumstances of her pregnancy, she told me that she and a friend were bored one day and decided to have sex to see what all the fuss was about. She had never had sex before and has not had sex since because she didn't like it. A student of the public education system, she had fallen victim to Section 59-32-10, subsection 2 of the SC Title 59, which states, reproductive health education does not include instruction concerning sexual practices outside of marriage. Abstinence must strongly be emphasized. She did not know how the pregnancy occurred, let alone how to prevent it. This is a recurring theme in my office. In my capacity as a pediatric gynecologist, I have cared for and delivered pregnant girls as young as 12. If a child of 13 has sex with another child of 13 and becomes pregnant, that is not technically rape in the eyes of this law. Often these young girls do not understand how they become pregnant, or that pregnancy could have been prevented through contraception. Some families feel that to continue a pregnancy is best and the most appropriate choice for their daughters, and that is their right as a family to make. Similarly, it should also be the right of an adolescent and their family to decide if a pregnancy termination is the most appropriate choice. Earlier this year, this body heard Bill H.4555, otherwise known as the Parents' Bill of Rights Act. In it, language clearly prohibits government infringement on the fundamental rights of parents to direct the health care of their children. This body has supported the rights of parents who chose not to mask their children during the COVID-19 pandemic, even though it had the potential to cause harm or death to another child through infection. Does not this same logic apply here? I ask this body not to criminalize the actions of parents and healthcare providers. Do not limit my ability to tell patients about the legal choices they can make with their bodies. Do not underestimate the decision a family makes together about what is best for their child and penalize them if they choose to travel to another state to obtain one legally. Please understand that if you pass restrictive laws without expanding contraceptive education and access, you will continue not to just increase our abysmal pregnancy rate in this state, but the rates of complications and death of teenagers as well. Respectfully submitted by Dr. Tomlin, my parishioner, whom I pray for and whose soul I tend in her vocation as she provides this crucial and difficult health care. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Meg Sims.
Good afternoon. My name is Meg Sims. I'm a resident of Columbia, South Carolina. I'm not from here originally, but I got here as fast as I could. I imagine I have a lot in common with your daughters, your friends, potentially your sisters, lots of women that you know. I grew up in quite a lot of privilege, and I have enjoyed many, many things to their fullest extent. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be a resident of Columbia. I'm happy to be a resident of the state of South Carolina. I graduated with my graduate degree from the University of South Carolina and had an abortion about a year later. I didn't even know I was pregnant until I was about 9 weeks along. I considered the likely outcome of each of the options available to me at that time. I knew that my employer-provided healthcare plan would not cover all of the expenses of pregnancy care, and many things would have to come out of my measly early career paycheck. I knew pregnancy was risky. Maternal mortality rates have doubled since 1987, and 29% of pregnancies result in medical complications for the mother. I knew that an adoption plan would likely result in adding one more child to the 4,000 who were already in foster care in South Carolina. If I chose to raise that child myself, my meager salary at the time wouldn't be able to provide the kind of childhood I believe every child deserves, even with the financial support of my active military boyfriend. Raising the child would require quite a lot of help from friends and family, a broad network. Having a baby would negatively impact so many people. Abortion was the only option that didn't negatively impact myself and others. I chose abortion. I have never regretted that decision. 7 years later, I hold a director-level position in my chosen career field, and I've been instrumental in revitalizing a lot of this city's urban core. I serve on 2 nonprofit boards here locally. I donate hundreds of volunteer hours and hundreds of dollars to making the state of South Carolina a better place. I've been able to do all of this in large part because I was able to access abortion in the state of South Carolina. As my husband and I plan our family, we worry about the new challenges we face with a pregnancy. What if we get bad news at any number of ultrasounds? Without access to safe and legal abortion in South Carolina, we will have to travel out of state. Proposed legislation would criminalize us for seeking life-saving abortion care. We'll never be able to return to the state of South Carolina that we love so much and that we have loved very well. I know that we are not the only couple considering these possibilities. The circumstances of my life now are different than they were 7 years ago, but the need for access to safe and legal abortion remains. As you consider the impact of new legislation, I urge you to think about the great number of people who will be negatively impacted by a lack of access to safe and legal abortion. Many of those people are your constituents. Some of them are your family members and friends. One of them may be you. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We have Jesse Davis.
My name is Dr. Jessica Davis, and I'm a licensed clinical forensic psychologist. I reside here in Columbia, and I'm pro-abortion. None of you are licensed clinicians. None of you have ever diagnosed a medical or mental health condition. None of you have ever sat across the table from somebody terrified and desperate. I've sat across the table from too many people who have been raped, children that have been raped. I've sat across the table from too many people and too many adults that still don't understand how they become pregnant because they've been failed by the sex education in the public school system here in South Carolina. I've diagnosed post-traumatic stress disorder and treated post-traumatic stress disorder in children and adults who have been raped. I've sat across the table from people who were forced to stay in abusive relationships so that their children could eat because they didn't have access to the resources they needed to care for their children. So instead, they put their own lives in danger so that they didn't lose their children to the foster care system. I've treated 100 people, over 100 people, who have had an abortion, and I assure you, the only thing they felt was relief, not regret, nor was it the primary reason that they were seeking treatment at that time. Since I am a licensed clinician, the state can take away my license and criminalize the care that I provide for people. But I will gladly continue to offer my care in prison without a license, if that's what you choose to do to us. None of you have ever worked with struggling single parents who carry shame, trauma, depression, and the weight of the world on their shoulders. I was raised by one of those single parents. I was born to a single woman in her 30s, out of wedlock, and to a father who lied to women about his fertility, charmed them, got them pregnant, and then disappeared from their lives. Last I knew, I had 9 siblings, most of whom don't know my name. From a very early age, I knew that my mother was scheduled to have a tubal ligation when she found out that she was pregnant with me. I knew I wasn't a particularly wanted pregnancy before she made the decision to have me. As if growing up knowing all of this information at a young age didn't already inform me that she knew, that she thought about having an abortion. I don't blame her for that. I don't blame her for that at all, because I, a woman in my 30s, about the same age my mother was whenever she got pregnant with me, can't afford a child. Even though I have a doctorate degree, I am over $500,000 in student loan debt. I can barely afford my home. My mom sacrificed too much of herself for children with men who never showed up, never gave her a break, never helped, and never paid child support. She was exhausted, and her life was never her own. She never got to chase her dreams, but she always had to do what was best for her children. She never got to figure out who she was outside of being a mother. She never got to heal from her own traumas and ended up in unfulfilling relationships over and over again. My mother was clinically depressed for the majority of my life, and her mother and hers as well. My mom died shortly after I became an adult. I'll end with this. It's a basic human right to make private medical decisions with our doctors without church or government interference. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Shonda Johnson.
Hello, thank you for having me. Unlike a lot of people that stood up here, I'm not here to try to convince you. I'm not here to try to get you to change your mind. I'm really here to give you my testimony. And a lot of people stand up here with the cliches, but I'm gonna tell you I'm the cliche. I was 19 with 4 kids. By the time I was 16, I already had one child and was getting ready to have and had an abortion. Unlike most people, I understand I've been on both sides of the aisle. So I get those that are on the side of Planned Parenthood, and I also get those that are against it. If you would have told me 6 years ago that I would be standing up here speaking for the right for babies to live, I would have told you was crazy. Even though I had 4 kids of my own, even though I have 4 grandchildren of my own. And so I think, everybody knows what they're going to decide to do after this hearing is over. But I just wanted to say, I sat in the room and I am a Christian. I am a Christian. But there was a time I thought I was Christian and I was on the side of abortion. And it wasn't until I started thinking about that child when I look at my other 4 children and my grandchild, and that other child was not there. Like some people say they don't have regrets. I have regrets. 32 years later, I still cry about that baby that's not a part of my family. I still cry about that baby that never got a chance to know his siblings. And I'm trying not to be emotional. I sat in a room even with women that gave their children up for adoption. And I cried because so much of me wished I was that person that gave their child up for adoption. At least now, I probably would have a chance to get to see that child or see what that child could have been, if it was a boy, if it was a girl. So that is why I stand on the right of life. I stand for life. It's not because, it's just the thing to do. It's because it's my life. It's my life, and I regret every single day. There are some people that probably don't regret having an abortion, but I regret every single day that I walked into that Planned Parenthood with no choice of my own. My mom and my grandmother walked me in there, and I ended the life of my unborn child. I've had 4 pregnancies. So no one is going to tell me that a baby that's moving around in my body, that's kicking my stomach, I can feel their feet go across my stomach. No one is going to tell me it's not a life. No one is going to tell me that once you give birth to the baby, that life matters. So I just want to say that I thank you all for listening. Amen.
Thank you for your testimony. Natalie Gregory.
My name is Natalie Gregory. I am a OBGYN physician in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. I'm here with WREN, the Women's Rights and Empowerment Network. I'm a fellow in the American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology and a graduate of the Medical University of South Carolina School of Medicine. I was trained to practice evidence-based medicine, and as a board-certified OBGYN, I've been tested with oral and written exams, reviewed by peers, and expected to maintain my continuing medical education in my field of study. I am to use my training to uphold the Hippocratic Oath and obey the laws of our state and our nation while keeping the best interest of the patient as the priority. I believe the following questions are not political decisions, but rather are private matters between a patient and their physician. Because I've been trained to be prepared for any situation, please consider the following situations and help me to make the most appropriate decisions. We've already talked about ectopic pregnancies today. I'm going to skip over my first point and go to molar pregnancies. A molar pregnancy at 9 weeks with a fetal heartbeat. This is a genetically abnormal pregnancy with the proliferation of placental-type tissue that can be associated with an abnormal fetus, sometimes with a heartbeat. It cannot end with a viable fetus and is genetically abnormal. The standard of care is treatment with a dilation and curettage, and this would be illegal with this fetal heart rate bill. The patient would eventually hemorrhage, require transfusions, lose her uterus, and potential for childbearing, and they could die. This is a condition that is curable, but not without proper treatment. This bill sets the medical field back decades, if not centuries. Do I wait until she hemorrhages, knowing there is no chance of survival for the fetus? Is her life worth less than that of this pregnancy? Does she not get another chance for a healthy child? Whom shall I contact to obtain approval for this patient's survival? What if no one answers the phone or if there is not a contact available? I ask because these things happen in the middle of the night. I went to work not this morning at 7 a.m., but yesterday morning at 7 a.m., and I'm still up fighting for women's rights. The next one is fetal anencephaly and fatal genetic disorders. These can be conditions in which the fetal brain does not form correctly or at all. At times, the brainstem can function and can allow a live birth, but typically death will soon follow after delivery. What do I tell the patients who see the concern on my face when I look at their ultrasound? Do I tell them there are no options except waiting for the baby to be born and to die? What if she requires a cesarean and suffers complications impairing her fertility? What if she suffers a pulmonary embolism during pregnancy, which is a known risk? What if she is nearing the end of her reproductive years and wants to try again for a healthy baby, but her clock is running out? May I offer the standard of care? Is it more humane to end the pregnancy early in the gestation or to experience a neonatal loss? Who gets to make this decision and what are their priorities? Who do I call in the middle of the night? What if she's hemorrhaging and a decision must be made quickly? I take calls of 24 hours and my partners and I always are available 24/7. Will there be someone in the legislature available like I am at any time, day or night? What about Christmas morning?
Doctor, I hate to interrupt you, but time's up.
Thank you for your
Appreciate
time.
testimony. Thank you.
I
Mr.
appreciate
Chairman,
it.
May I ask a quick question?
Yes, sir.
I think something needs to be asked here. I hear a lot of, as the testimony's gone on today, about legislation that would harm the medical care to a pregnant woman.
Yes, sir.
And especially if the woman's life is in danger.
Yes, sir.
Could you point me to what legislation that is? Because as far as I'm aware, every pro-life bill carves out the life of the mother as an exception, and some specifically say, most of them specifically say that ectopic pregnancies, miscarriages are not considered abortions. You mentioned the fetal heartbeat bill. The fetal heartbeat bill specifically states that that a medical procedure by any reasonable medical judgment is designed to intended to prevent the death of a pregnant woman or to prevent the serious risk of a substantial and irreversible impairment of a major bodily function of the pregnant woman, that is not applicable, that the provisions of the language don't apply. So I'm curious, what legislation are we referring to when we talk about hurting the ability to remove an ectopic pregnancy or a miscarriage?
I appreciate you bringing that up, and I would like to point out that there have been four OBGYN physicians today to speak, and the first two that you heard from want you to make all abortions unthinkable and illegal. I want you to know that the consequence to me, and I should not be centering myself in this argument, but the consequence to me, a practicing OBGYN physician who is not an abortion provider, is that if I make the wrong decision, if I have to decide between the standard of care, if I don't perform that, I could get sued. If I do perform the standard of care, which to save the life of the mother, I would terminate a pregnancy, physicians can't always agree on that. And what I risk is 2 years in prison, a felony, a $10,000 fine, and the loss of my entire career. If you think that that's not going to cause me to pause for just a moment before I counsel that woman, you're crazy. My family is important. I've worked hard for my career, and I shouldn't have to give it up to do the right thing to take care of my patients.
So a moment of pause might be needed, but my only question was, is there legislation you can point to that does what you're saying? And I'm hearing that there's not. So I appreciate your answer. Thank you.
I would point out that anytime it causes a doctor to pause before they provide you the care that they know is right, that women's morbidity and mortality is going to increase, and that blood will be on your hands. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Robert Branham.
Members of this committee, good afternoon. Thank you for your time. I praise God, but it's a shame that there's been more Bible in here than in the churches, which is a shame. For Christians, sanctity of life starts here in Genesis 1:27. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. As human beings, we are all created unique and special in God's sight, distinct from all other creation. God desires for us to have life, not just physical, but also eternal, which is summed up in John 3:16. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. This is the simple but perfect life-saving truth of the gospel. The debate that's raged on over the decades has been when life starts. In Psalms 127:3, the Bible states, "Lo, children are an heritage of the Lord, and the fruit of the womb is his reward." Scientific consensus is that the conception starts by the formation of a single-celled zygote. Now, many would stop reasoning and conversing at this point, but both God's word and scientific consensus implore us to look deeper. For that same zygote has 46 human chromosomes, pairs of 23 from the mother and father, with the chromosomal markers of XX and XY already in place that determine gender. Upon formation, the zygote produces human-specific proteins and enzymes, unlike any other animals that would be found in the animal kingdom. Both God's word and scientific consensus dispel the notion that the unborn are meaningless clumps of cells to be disposed of. Leviticus 17:11a states, "For the life of the flesh is in the blood." Scientific consensus states that upon implantation of the human blastocyst on the uterine wall, the mother's body begins to produce and supply the blastocyst with progesterone, nutrients, and blood for the unborn's life and viability. In many cases, God's word and natural law agree on each other, contrary to modern society's claims. We look at a real-world application would be abortion has been considered a constitutional right for many years, when neither the Constitution contains no such language or interpretation. Compare this with a notion adopted in the 1840s by the Democratic Party, in which slavery was considered a constitutional right, when again, the Constitution contains no such language therein. The Department of Homeland Security documents obtained through FOIA requests by the group Judicial Watch reveal that the FDA and NIH were involved in purchase of aborted fetal parts for research. Compare this to the view of slaves, that slaves were viewed as property, a commodity to be used, bought, and sold. Sounds eerily familiar. Well, that's the thing. There's Ecclesiastes 1:9b says, there is no new thing under the sun. Modern-day child sacrifice, falsely called abortion, is an abomination in God's sight. It is something from Leviticus, the book of Leviticus, and 3 times that it's never crossed his heart or mind to perform. And understand this, God is not mocked. He will have his justice. But that's not all. He laid the justice and iniquity of us all that we deserve on his own son by sending him to die and shed his blood so that we might be saved. I just encourage that all Christians to study and stand on God's word and to fervently and effectually pray as to considering the future legislation of God's image bearers. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We had the Reverend C.J. Keith read Dr. Tomlin's testimony. After that was a Hayden Tomlin, and I assumed that she had read your testimony, but that's incorrect. So come on up if you want to testify. Come on up.
Thank you. And no problem for the mix-up. I think it might help. It might answer your question a little bit. My name is Hayden Tomlin. I am from Ireland. I've been a U.S. citizen since 2019 and lived in Colombia for 5 years. And the similarities between Ireland and what we are doing here today are striking, but in the opposite trajectory. I'm going to give you a very brief history of abortion in Ireland. Right? Abortion was illegal in Ireland since 1861. An amendment was added in 1983, granting equal rights to the unborn. Further laws in the period restricted the right to information and travel for an abortion. There were no exceptions other than the immediate risk to the life of the mother. Right? Mere weeks later, a 15-year-old in rural Ireland gave birth on a cold, dark winter's night in a field under a statue of the Virgin Mary. Both mother and baby died that night alone. Later letters would reveal that she did it in protest to the laws. Later, after a 14-year-old suicidal rape victim was detained by the state and refused permission to travel for an abortion, both the travel and information bans were lifted. That wasn't until 1992. In 2012, a young mother by the name of Savita Halapanavar died when her 17-week fetus became septic and the doctors would not abort. Because even though the fetus was dying, it still had a heartbeat, and she was not in enough danger at that point. Days later, both mother and fetus were dead from sepsis. Deemed not, as I said, in enough danger. These cases were a catalyst for finally legalizing abortion in Ireland in 2018. In that time, countless women met similar fates or had to travel to another country to seek medical care because their own country did not care to help them. Many suffered great trauma mentally and medically, whether due to the circumstances of the conception, the lonely travel abroad, or mainly the inaccessibility of healthcare equal to their peers. Many were left carrying dying fetuses, those unable to travel, often self-aborted with tragic results. The outrage this caused in the public consciences was so great that the government was forced to repeal the laws and legalize abortion. Many of those politicians who championed these laws were not able to continue their political careers. The government was forced to face reality and introduce proper in-depth sex education and provide easy access to contraception, along with improving services for pregnant women and families with children. Where is the time already? Okay,
Thank you for your testimony.
Can I just leave you with one?
Yes, sir.
One point. The differences here are stark between the two countries. But you need to know the teen pregnancy rate here is 19.3 per 1,000. Okay? Ireland is an average country in the rest of the world. Its rate is 5.2. Okay? Same with maternal mortality, 27.9 is the rate per 100,000. That rate in Ireland is 5.
All right, sir. Well, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Anna Hanner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the committee members for your time today. My name is Anna Hayner, and I live in Greenville District 24. I am here today because the future of my family is in your hands. I urge you to protect the right to choice. Since 2017, my husband and I have been working to grow our family. After 18 months of unexplained infertility, we began researching our options. After prayer and ultimately our families and doctors' blessings, we chose to begin the intense process of in vitro fertilization. After thousands of dollars, countless injections, ultrasounds, and medications, we were able to retrieve a few eggs to create even fewer embryos. One embryo was implanted 5 days later, and we continued with shots, medications, and prayer. Today is my son's second birthday. 2 years ago today, at 6:29 p.m., I held our tiny miracle for the first time. In December, we learned that an attempted frozen embryo transfer had failed. We lost one of our chances for our son to have a biological sibling. In January, we discovered we were pregnant in our very first unassisted pregnancy. But we were shattered when we did not hear a heartbeat at either of 2 confirmation appointments. I experienced a missed miscarriage. Rather than having the typical symptoms associated with a miscarriage, my body was working double time to try to keep nourishing the tissue that had died. I needed to flush the tissue out of my body, otherwise I could get an infection and either lose the ability to have children in the future, or if it was severe enough, die of sepsis. I was prescribed the abortion pill misoprostol to help expedite the process. After nearly 3 grueling weeks of cramping and bleeding and sickness, it was determined by our doctors that I would still need to undergo surgery to remove the remainder of the tissue. On March 28th, I was put under anesthesia to have a D&C. If a total ban on abortion is voted into law, people like me will have their control and their options stripped from them. It begs the question, how far does it go? Will access to life-saving medication be banned? Will access to my frozen embryos be taken away? Will contraception be taken away? I only wish I could articulate to you how dark our darkest days were, choosing to have or to not have a baby, choosing to protect my body are the deepest and most personal decisions anyone makes. I am here today as a mother, wife, and Christian. We've heard from a lot of people proclaiming Christianity today. I am here as a person of deep Christian faith with a different perspective. Those of you who are Christians may be familiar with Micah 6:8. And what does the Lord require of you? To act justly and love mercy and walk humbly with your God. I believe that to act justly is to give people the right to choose to love mercy, to hold those who need compassion in your hands, and to walk humbly is acknowledging that we do not know what is best for every individual. These bans prevent families from choosing what is best for them. I thank you for your service to our state.
Thank you for your testimony. We've been going 2.5 hours now without standing up, so I think we're going to take 5 minutes and we'll come right back. All right, let's start moving back and getting ready here. All right, we'll go ahead and get started. Is everybody ready? Roxanne Stanby. I see that now. I apologize. I see it.
You guys too.
Thank you.
John.
Thank you.
I'm here as a citizen, Rayanne Stobley. I live in Sumter, South Carolina. The Air Force brought my husband here, and we decided it was a good state to stay in. I'm now questioning that very seriously. I did not move to this state to have the government get into what should be private between a woman, her partner, and their doctor. In none of this big hammer that you all are looking at, nor in the last one, is there provision for medical doctors. Not even as a review. When you say, oh, they can do something, the woman's going to die, but there's no place for other medical review to decide whether it's viable, feasible, or necessary. You bring in all these children, but the state does not support the children in the state. How about you put some money where your mouth is? I also look around, and while Roe versus Wade was in, everybody just sat back. And now you say, oh, the only ones who care are the ones that are pro-life. We all care. It wouldn't be such a hot topic, such a controversy if we didn't care. You're having to make decisions based on who is the loudest voice in your area so you can figure out whether or not you can get reelected. Yes, you're also thinking on your own terms, but I'm hoping that none of those terms are based on God. I am not a Christian, and I am getting tired of having Christianity shoved down my throat for a medical decision. Please remember, not all your state is run by their God. I respect them. I respect their God. I respect many of the rules they go by. But they don't have the right to make decisions for me and mine. You are supposed to make those decisions. Remember, you stand for everybody in this state. You also stand for the unborn who, if they're born, where are they going to go? I have yet to hear in any of your bills, we're making extra provisions for all these extra kids. Think about that as you're making the decisions on whether every single child must be born. Think about, have you brought any into your homes? People of color, all color, are disproportionately higher numbers in both abortion and in foster. We need to be thinking about that. Any provisions? Any thoughts? Think about it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming today. Razia Stobley. Harrison Stobley. I'm sorry. Harrison.
That's not uncommon. So I'm going to lead off with, there's a big difference between a mere politician and a servant of the people, and I'll come back to that. So I'm white, I'm a cisgender man, I'm married to a cisgender woman. I've never been homeless, I've never gone hungry, and I've never been raped or sexually assaulted. I'm still mad as hell. There's been a lot of people trying to tell me that their religion should govern me. And y'all started off with a prayer today. So I'm wondering if I really need to be worried. These laws are saying that women don't get a choice. These laws are taking away rights. I can get a vasectomy whenever I want. Outpatient procedure, no problem. Someone needs a tubal ligation? Oh, how old are you? How many kids have you had? Does your husband approve in writing? That's going to be a lot more difficult. It's not fair, it's not equal, and that was before. So, my name is Erison Tyne McCullen Stabley. I vote. I'm a 24-year veteran of the United States Air Force. My father was a veteran. My mother is a veteran. My parents were a practicing doctor and registered nurse for the large majority of my life. A pregnancy almost killed my mother. So, coming back to it, there's a big difference between being a mere politician and serving the people. Do not serve God, serve we the people. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your service. Lisa Gavalets.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Lisa. I'm a resident of Columbia, South Carolina, and I strongly believe that a person's right to decide when and if they are physically and mentally prepared to bring children into this often terrifying world. There has been quite a lot of talk about God today, so I can cherry pick a Bible verse just as good as the rest of you. Genesis 2:7, the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. To me, that sounds like life begins at first breath, not conception, but hey, I digress. I have been listening to and reading a lot of stories regarding pregnancy from people who've had to make a choice. And it strikes me that each circumstance is unique. No stories are identical. There is no one size fits all. There are plenty of people who want their pregnancies. But what happens when things don't go as planned? When there is a danger to that pregnant person's health? When there is a danger to the fetus's health? When there is a discovery of developmental abnormalities that will prohibit care? Miscarriages, ectopic pregnancies, and more. In these instances, abortion must remain an option. Also, there are plenty of people who do not know what to do if they find themselves pregnant for any number of reasons, including they already have children that they are struggling to care for. There's a violent home life that they are trying to escape. Simply method of usual birth control, trying to be safe, fails. There are cases of marital rape. There are cases of date rape. There are cases of stranger rape. Poverty, 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 poverty. There are cases of incest, and even cases of people who are simply not ready to have and raise children. In these instances as well, abortion must remain an option. There seems to be something in a lot of stories that I've been reading that have in common. Whether or not a pregnancy is wanted or is unplanned, one thing people have in common is that the person was grateful to have a choice. If they ultimately chose to keep a baby, that was their choice. If they ultimately chose to have an abortion, that is their choice. If they ultimately chose to give up a baby for adoption, it is their choice. One's faith or religion may guide them, but faith or religion must not dictate government policy. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mary Clinton.
Hello, my name is Mary Clinton. I am a resident of York County. My husband and I have been together for almost 10 years. We are privileged enough that we are able to choose to delay to start a family. We followed the rules. We worked hard for financial stability so that we could give a child the best possible chance for success. I am now in my 30s, and I know that statistically, every year that I wait increases the chance that a pregnancy will have complications. I also have a family history of difficult pregnancies. My mother experienced complications during my birth, which required an emergency C-section. And my tablet has stopped working. My grandmother, who was also in her 30s, lost her first child due to fetal abnormalities. Had they not had unrestricted access to medical care, including abortion, I would not be standing here. Under the H-1373 bill, if I experience pregnancy complications, a doctor has the right to delay care because treatment to save my life might harm the embryo. Under H-4046, a miscarriage due to any factor would be considered murder of a fetus that I want. If these bills become law, every pregnant person in South Carolina will be forced to gamble with their lives, where 3 of the 4 outcomes are death, imprisonment, or displacement. This government cloaks an agenda under the guise of protecting unborn babies to write draconian abortion laws which pose a danger to half of its constituency. I am appalled that, in the 21st century, our elected representatives have chosen to designate women as second-class citizens. The implication is that I, as a woman, as a human being, have a singular purpose. If I cannot successfully fulfill this purpose, then I do not deserve life or liberty. I believe in the democratic process, but I should not have to stand here and beg my government for equality. The proposed legislation is presented as a means of protecting life. However, recent history and modern science do not affirm that assertion. A ban on abortion will not protect new life, but it will destroy the lives of many South Carolinians. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Megan Hall.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak with y'all today. My name is Megan Hall. I'm a resident of the upstate South Carolina. I am a registered nurse. I work in labor and delivery, high-risk antepartum, and OB emergency services. I am certified as a limited OB nurse sonographer where I use my services at an upstate women's clinic, and I'm also a maternal newborn clinical instructor at an upstate university. I have seen firsthand the humanity of a child, whether it's that first flicker of a heartbeat on an ultrasound, or sadly, when a mom has miscarried, I've held in my hand the tiniest of babies that you can imagine. I have seen the perfectly formed hands, the feet, the face. This baby is in fact a human being, which is why I'm heartbroken by the mass loss of life that occurs every day in our country due to abortion. 90%, over 90% of abortions that occur in our country are elective, meaning the life of the mother is not the determining factor. This is an outstanding number. As a medical professional, it is my duty to preserve life and to protect the most vulnerable in our society. And obstetrics is very unique because when I walk into a room to care for a mom, I'm actually caring for at least 2 patients, a mom and a baby. In both situations, I'm caring for 2 lives that have equal value, dignity, and the right to life. Science has proved overwhelmingly that the baby growing in utero is a human being whose life starts at conception. Improved ultrasound technology, which I have the ability to use at the clinic, has given us a clearer window into the development of human life in utero. Fetal development overpoweringly supports the humanity of the child. For example, at conception, a unique DNA is formed that is completely separate and unique from this baby's parents. This DNA decides what the hair color, the eye color is going to be, the gender of the baby. At 3 weeks after conception, the heart is starting to beat. At 6 weeks, there's brain activity. At 9 weeks, a baby is sucking their thumb. At 11 weeks, a baby is experimenting with facial expressions. At 18 weeks, a baby has rapid eye movement that's indicating that they are dreaming. And at 20 weeks after conception, a baby is able to survive outside of utero with the assistance of a medical team. The child developing in utero, if left uninterrupted, will develop, be delivered, and grow into an adult just as we did. The baby's size, level of development, environment, and dependency upon the mother during its time in utero in no way subtracts from its distinct humanness, personhood, and right to life as clearly stated in our Constitution. Since we know this baby is a distinct human life, we must promote legislation that recognizes and protects the humanity of the unborn child while also promoting the dignity and the life of the mother. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Amy Murray.
My name is Amy Murray, and I live in Greenville. Thank you so much for your work on this committee and for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I stand here today as a child conceived in rape. My birth mother, Sylvia, came as an immigrant to Florida from England, and shortly after coming to the United States, she was raped and consequently became pregnant with me. She was scared. She was still on her green card, and she was scared she would lose that green card. She was scared she would lose her job. She did not know what to do, but she found a home for unwed mothers in North Carolina, and she went there and stayed until I was born. Sylvia named me Hope and gave me up for adoption. She did return to Florida and was able to restore her life there. She became an insurance underwriter. But in large part, because of what had happened to Sylvia, she did not get married until she was 56 years old, and she never had any other children, but she always remembered her baby named Hope, and she prayed for her. Well, I, in the meantime, was given wonderful Christian parents, and they loved me immensely. I always felt chosen and special. I was able to go to college and have a career. I worked as an elementary school teacher and then as a school guidance counselor for 28 years in South Carolina. And since retiring, I have continued to help children by volunteering as a mentor and tutor to underprivileged children. I am a wife, I am a mother, and I recently became a grandmother. My life matters. And I am so thankful to God for giving me life and for my birth mother for protecting my life. Sylvia and I met and I learned my story when I was 44 years old. That was in 2001. And at that time, Sylvia's husband had passed and she had no family in the United States. We had 5 very special years together before Sylvia passed. Sylvia met my husband, Steve. She met our daughter, Rachel, who was her granddaughter. She had family when she hadn't had family. Sylvia's little sister is my only living aunt right now, and we are still very close to this day. I want you to understand that the tragedy of rape can turn into a blessing for not only the child, of course, but for the mother as well. Sylvia, at the end of her life, had 5 years with family that, based on the daughter she had given up so many years before. And it was a wonderful time for all of us. Just 2 more real quick sentences. I want you to understand 2 points. Abortion in the case of rape or incest is not a helpful option for mother or child. While the woman is traumatized by a rape, an abortion is further traumatizing to a woman. Children must not be discriminated against either because of the circumstances of their conception. I was conceived by force, but I was born for love. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Stephanie Johnson.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Johnson, and I live in Travelers Rest. I am the co-founder of the Light and Life Pro-Life Ministry at First Presbyterian Church in Greenville, South Carolina. I appreciate being here so much. It's a privilege to be among those that are addressing this honorable committee. Thank you for allowing me to share my own personal experience and to clarify misconceptions used to justify abortion. I am here today to testify as a post-abortive woman. My first abortion was over 51 years ago in November of '71, and I was only 18 years old. I was told it was not a life at that stage, it was just a blob of tissue, and I believed the lie. My mother insisted that I have the abortion so I wouldn't get stuck with a baby and ruin my life. I felt like I had no voice and no choice because no other options were given. She and the doctor arranged for the abortion to be done in a hospital, and it was considered legal because it was labeled a DNC. After the abortion, I stuffed my feelings of anger, grief, guilt, shame, and regret. These deep wounds took my life in an entirely different direction than had I done things God's way. Consequently, I became promiscuous, drank, took drugs to numb the feelings, which I learned later were typical symptoms of post-abortion distress syndrome. At age 24, I got pregnant again with my boyfriend of 3 years. He said marriage was not an option and insisted that I have an abortion. Because I was so ashamed that I'd gotten pregnant again, I agreed to it. By that time, Roe versus Wade made abortion legal, so I went to an abortion clinic in Atlanta. Neither of my abortions were medically necessary. They were used as a form of contraception, as many abortions are. Neither abortion was a matter of my own liberty or choice. They were forced upon me through coercion by my mother and my boyfriend. Both abortions left me broken, wounded, and I still regret them to this day. I know some women say that they don't, but I don't believe it. You just can't not regret it. So I am here to testify that in no way is abortion health care. It forever damages a woman's soul because it is not natural for a mother to kill her baby. And having an abortion doesn't just kill that one baby, it annihilates generations. I want y'all just think about that. The generations that are not here now because of all the babies that have been aborted. South Carolina now has an opportunity to protect the most vulnerable among us, the unborn, and to protect their mothers from the coercion that unlimited, unrestricted abortion on demand brings. One more little short paragraph. I hope and pray you will vote for abortion to be legal only to preserve the life of the mother, and let us all work together to provide these mothers with other pro-life options, the options I wasn't given, to choose life over abortion. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ellen Borscheid.
Thank you. Hello, members of the Joint Committee, and thank you for hearing my testimony today. My name is Ellen Borscheid. I am a wife, a mother, a master's prepared oncology nurse, and a cancer survivor. I've taken care of women in all stages of their reproductive health, but today I'm here to share a bit about my personal journey. I am pro-life and pro-abortion. They're not mutually exclusive. I was a 20-year-old virgin in nursing school when I was raped. Although I worried, fortunately, I did not become pregnant from my assault. I am one of the lucky ones from a very large, unlucky group of women. Years later, I chose to start a family and experienced 2 miscarriages or missed abortions at about 14 weeks. I had bleeding and cramping, which required a dilation and curettage to remove the non-viable products of conception, an abortion. In 1994, my younger sister and I were pregnant and expecting our babies 1 month apart. She experienced a stillbirth at 36 weeks. Her labor was induced, and the delivery of her dead son was assisted with medications and her skilled and compassionate care team. In my early 40s, my husband and I engaged in sex without birth control. I took the morning after pill to prevent an unplanned pregnancy. As an oncology nurse administering chemotherapy, I had the responsibility for injecting methotrexate into women who had ectopic pregnancies to stimulate life-saving and fertility-preserving abortions. Our youngest daughter has Crohn's disease. About a year ago, she had serious complications of her disease, which often leads to major surgery. Her gastroenterologist prescribed that same drug, methotrexate, a medication which depresses the immune system, and in an autoimmune disease like hers, helps to calm the disease. She eventually healed and was able to avoid surgery. I am one woman sharing 6 situations, each of which are adversely affected by restrictive abortion laws, unintended or not. There are many healthcare providers who can assist with childbirth: nurse midwives, obstetricians, EMTs, general practitioners, and occasionally a dad, a firefighter, or a police officer. But complications of pregnancy and childbirth require focused education and training and experience for the best patient outcomes. These specialists, obstetricians, have completed 8 years of college and medical school, 4 years of residency, and often a fellowship for additional specialized experience. I will be quick. I share with you that information because there are complicated pregnancies and deliveries, and this type of comprehensive reproductive care and training is already in jeopardy in states and institutions where abortion is restricted or not allowed. Please consult these specialists as you make every effort to do right by the women and girls of South Carolina. Philosophical and religious beliefs should only govern those who share them and should not be legislated by state governments. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
There's a copy.
All right. Dallas C. Perkin.
It's DeLacy, by the way. My name is DeLacy Perkins, and I'm from Sumter, South Carolina. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. Allow me to start with how an abortion saved my life. 17 years ago, I had what is called a missed abortion, meaning I was carrying a decaying fetus unknowingly, and that caused me to become ill. And so it was decided a D&C would be performed. A D&C and an abortion are exactly the same thing. Also, I see no clear outline of how sick does the mother have to become before intervention starts. Are you waiting for vitals to become unstable? Or am I to be just placed on hospice now? Because ultimately that's what's going to happen. What about ectopic pregnancies? The only treatment for ectopic pregnancies is, in fact, an abortion. But according to your vague bill, it says nothing about that. I ask, how many units of blood have to be lost before a doctor can intervene? It's my understanding that prevention is practice and not intervention. Why are the laws being made about my body by lawmakers who don't have a license to practice medicine? Is that not a crime? If doctors had not stepped in and performed this life-saving abortion, I would not be standing here speaking to all of you today, nor would my 2 children. This leads me to my next point. Are you aware that there are over 4,000 children in the South Carolina foster care system alone, and 400,000 children all across the United States? Did you know that statistically, these children are at high risk for experiencing physical abuse and sexual assault? I read in this bill there is nothing to suggest how this will be stopped. Only states no exceptions. But every life matters, right? I only see what's already broken system now is going to be shattered. This bill isn't meant to save lives, it's meant to kill innocent people. I read in this bill no exceptions. Is that also including rape and incest? There was a 10-year-old who had to cross state lines to receive the abortion care she needed because the strict abortion ban denied her in the state that she resides. Forcing a 10-year-old to carry and deliver her rapist baby can have catastrophic effects on her still developing body, not to mention having to deal with the emotional and mental trauma as well. She is lucky to have had that choice, unlike South Carolina. It is in fact, hold on, I lost my spot. But all lives matter, just not women or little girls. And my final point, are you prepared for the number of homicides to rise? The leading cause of death among pregnant women is homicide. When I had to escape to a women's shelter August 3rd of 2020, I was told South Carolina is in the top 10 of domestic violence. Top 10. I was lucky to have survived 12 years, just one more second. I was lucky enough to survive 12 more years of violent abuse, but many women in the state did not. Try to imagine a woman of any age trying to escape her abusive partner or her husband only to discover that she's pregnant, because reproductive abuse is real. She is desperately trying to leave. Forcing her to carry and deliver the abuser child, fetus, is forever tying her to the abuser, exposing this baby to violence, further perpetuating the cycle. But all lives matter, just not mine. And may I close?
If you can make it
It'll only take 2 seconds longer.
Okay, go ahead.
As I close, I have fought hard to provide a safe home for my children, as well as for myself. Please tell me how I am to do that when I don't feel safe in this state any longer. Tell me how my 16-year-old daughter is to feel safe. I can't even protect my own child from your laws. God forbid something were to happen to her. And thank you for letting me share my testimony.
Thanks for your testimony. We have Tammy Stevens and Lauren Stevens, either one of those. Robin Condon.
My name is Robin Condon, and I have driven from Charleston to ask you to please trust women. I have patiently listened as man after man has come up here demanding to control my body. This is my body. I am a citizen of the United States. I am a resident of South Carolina, and I happen to have been born a woman. If you limit my health decisions, you are making me a sub-citizen, a sub-human. You are treating all women like they are children, and that you know what's best for them. I found myself pregnant at 21. I considered both abortion and adoption, but I knew that those weren't the right choices for me. With the emotional and financial assistance from my parents, I was able to keep my daughter. Very few women are that lucky. I would ask you to respect 51% of the population and continue to allow future generations to have the same choices I had. This is my flesh. Trust me to know what is best for my health. I remind you that all of the men who have spoken today and talked, none of them own a uterus. This is not a healthcare issue for men, only for women. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We have Mark Bingham. Dr. Mark Bingham.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Bingham, and I believe in the right to choose. I'm a family doctor. I've been practicing in this state for over 20 years in Spartanburg, South Carolina. I've cared for more than 20,000 patients. I've cared for hundreds of pregnant women. I'm a teacher of family doctors. I'm an expert in clinical informatics, which means I focus on data and I focus on evidence. I happen to be the husband of an OBGYN, so this is very close to my home because we both work in this space. I'm father to 4 children of reproductive age that are all voters in this state, except for my 17-year-old. I also think an absent piece today is that I'm a white man. And I'm a beneficiary of the system of white supremacy and patriarchy that has allowed us to get to this dismal place. And that needs to be said, and it hasn't been said to this point. So I got 4 points to make. Most major medical societies support abortion and oppose political intervention in women's health. There are statements representing over 400,000 physicians and medical students. The majority of physicians in this country disagree with what is happening right now. I've already sent all that to you. It's available to you. Please take a look at it in your emails. Point 2, I oppose legislation that interferes with the confidential relationship between patients and physicians. Stay out of our exam rooms. You are changing 50 years of medical practice with these changing laws. It's excruciatingly challenging for us to adapt to that as rapidly as we're having to. We are already creating pathways for patients to leave South Carolina so that they can get appropriate care that's medically standard. And this ban is contrary to a number of our core ethical beliefs that we have as physicians and intervenes with our patient-physician relationship. So, point 3, I oppose the criminalization of standard of practice physician behaviors. So abortion is an essential part of health care. You'll see it on t-shirts, you'll see it paraded about. It's a critical piece of this. The American College of OBGYN, representing over 60,000 doctors in our country, the only ones that exclusively take care of people with a uterus, says sound health policy is best based on scientific fact and evidence-based medicine. Personal decision-making by women and their doctors should not be replaced by political ideology, which is what we've been talking about. The 4th point, banning abortion will endanger women's physical and psychological health. There is no health justification for banning abortion. Banning abortion also happens to hit marginalized populations in a state where we're already struggling with our marginalized populations. In conclusion, I've spent my career in South Carolina trying to improve the health of my patients, and this ban in one fell swoop will make the women of our state less healthy. Thank you for the time and for staying around to hear all of us speak today.
Thanks for your testimony. Elliot McCarthy.
Hi there, everybody. I'm Elliot McCarthy. I appreciate you all staying this long. I'm a teacher. I understand how hard it is to keep your attention for this long. So I appreciate you. Don't fall asleep like my students. I'm a father of a 4-month-old baby girl and a husband to a beautiful and brilliant wife. I'm a resident of Spartanburg and one of the approximately 17,000 Jewish residents of South Carolina. By passing legislation aimed at restricting abortion access and reducing a woman's right to choose, our state aims to enforce an evangelical Christian religious point of view on every citizen of this state, whether or not they're believers. I am adamantly opposed to any measures that would restrict such a critical right. My Jewish faith is very clear that life begins when a person takes their first breath. The Talmudic sages refer to the fetus as ubar yerek imo, a part of its mother. Although many Christians of this state have a very different point of view, Judaism believes that a fetus is not an independent person until it draws its first breath. Furthermore, the Talmudic sages determined that the life of the mother, as you've heard before, is more important than the life of her unborn child. This is Jewish law, just the way it is. For Jews, it's actually required that an abortion be performed if the birth of said child would endanger the life of the mother. My faith community asserts that abortion should be available at any stage of pregnancy for just that reason. These are the views of both the Reform and conservative movements within Judaism. But my religious views should not matter, and neither should yours or anybody else's, because law should not be a religious issue. Everyone who got up here today and quoted the Bible was essentially asking you to put one faith over another for the sake of legal purposes. I don't care what the Christian Bible says, never have, and as lawmakers, you shouldn't care either right now, because that's not what we're doing. You're not making Bible, you're making law. The U.S. and South Carolina constitutions are firm that difference of religion does not allow one faith to enforce its will upon another. And for South Carolina to deprive Jews of the religious right to choose is unconscionable and flies in the face of what this country stands for. Furthermore, and I cannot stress this enough, when Christians make laws depriving Jews of their rights, historically it has not gone well for my people. Think of it this way. It would not be acceptable for Jewish lawmakers to pass religiously grounded laws prohibiting the sale of pork or to force businesses to close on Friday evening. That would be inappropriate. It'd be inappropriate for Muslims to mandate that everybody stop to pray 5 times a day. That would be inappropriate. In the same light, the evangelical Christians of this nation should not be able to mandate whether anybody else can access abortions. That is their right to choose to not have an abortion. And we cannot prevent them from doing that. But to deprive that choice from others is against the principles that America was founded upon. It's the reason why my people have come to this nation in droves over the centuries, is for that freedom. If you don't want an abortion, don't have one. But you cannot take that choice away from my people. Thank you for taking my consideration on this issue, and I hope you make the right choices.
Thank you for your testimony. Emily Havener.
Good afternoon. My name is Emily Havener. I am a Somerville resident. I drove here today. I am a mother by choice of 2 little boys and a practicing Christian. I am here to urge you to abandon H5399 and vote against any anti-abortion legislation that is introduced into the House, and to expand abortion rights in this state. I've heard a lot of Bible verses today. I've heard them used to defend abortion access and defend laws to ban abortion mostly. And all I have to say is this a church, or is this the location of our state government? I have to turn to the words of a South Carolina state senator you may know, Sandy Senn, who identifies herself as a Republican, a woman, a mother, and a lawyer. Last year, in addressing the current 6-week ban that we have in this state, she said, "In abortion debates, reasonable always goes out the window because the arguments become theological. Theology has no place in this debate. It is time that abortion not even be a part of the party platform because it is largely a religious issue. And do remember that just because the extremists are the loudest, that does not make them the majority." I've also heard mostly about rape and medical complications today, but these are not the only acceptable reasons for abortion, and we should not accept a law that only allows for abortion in only these cases. These are very good reasons why you should expand abortion rights, because if physicians are not clear about when they are allowed to save a woman's life, as you heard today, we definitely should not have lawmakers making legal rulings about whether medical treatment should be legal, and we should not have doctors waiting until women are actually dying before they can act. But as Joe Cunningham, who is running for governor of this state, so aptly stated earlier, we have the unalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness in this country. That means that people who can get pregnant should be able to access abortion care for any reason. And to fail to allow this is to violate our basic rights and undermine the basis for the rights of everyone, regardless of gender, in this country. As part of our right to liberty, we have the liberty of bodily autonomy, which is something we take very seriously in America, especially recently, regardless of the risk to other people, except when it comes to the right to abortion. This is hypocritical and dangerous for every American. Legal precedent about the liberty of bodily autonomy has been placed on shaky ground based on the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, not the least of which is McFall v. Shemp, which prevents Americans from being compelled to donate an organ to save the life of another person. In fact, that's really the only legal argument we need to counter every single anti-abortion argument we've heard today. This ruling upheld, and I am quoting from the Harvard Undergraduate Law Review, "A person could not be legally compelled to participate in medical treatment to save another person's life." The judge applied the ruling to the moral obligations of people and other living things, citing the duty of the courts to protect the individual from being invaded and hurt by others. A critical examination of bodily integrity is necessary to distinguish moral conflicts from legal obligations. McFall v. Shemp set a legal precedent that an individual is not under compulsion to aid another person at their mental or physical expense. In particular, I'm closing, the men in South Carolina legislature representing female constituents have a very serious responsibility to make laws based on facts, not religious beliefs. As Senator Senn once again so clearly puts it, you gentlemen aren't at risk of having an unborn life trump your life. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Carol Weir.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Carol Weir, and I'm from Bluffton, South Carolina, and I'm here representing myself. Well, I sat through the whole day of testimony, and before I start in with my personal story, I think the takeaways from this whole day of testimony can sort of be summed up like this. One, there are a lot of Christians in the state, but not everybody is Christian, and there is separation of church and state. Two, people tend to be happy with the choices they made. They tend to be often unhappy with choices that others made for them, and sometimes heartbreakingly unhappy. Three, we are a state that has always prided itself on letting people do their own thing and government kind of keeping their nose out of people's business whenever possible. And we are considering really deviating from that even more than we have. And finally, we all know this is not a rich state. We're almost at the bottom of many socioeconomic indicators like education, and we've talked about maternal health rates and death rates and all that stuff. So as you hear my personal story, please keep in mind those practical aspects and think about what I am about to say, the way my life went, what was best for the state of South Carolina, its finances, its future, the state of South Carolina, not one religious group or one religious worldview, but the state. When I was 17, I had a first trimester abortion at Planned Parenthood here in Columbia. My boyfriend was also a senior in high school, and we weren't remotely ready to be parents. We paid for the abortion with money that we had earned on our part-time jobs, and neither his parents or my parents ever found out. Fast forward 35 years. I have 2 advanced degrees, a professional career, financial stability, a happy marriage to a different person that was not my boyfriend at age 17, and we have 2 wonderful teenage sons who were born when I was in my mid-30s. That my family and I are thriving today is a direct result of my ability to have had a safe, legal, and affordable abortion close to where I live. Research has showed that being denied an abortion has serious consequences for a person's, and that is a woman's, a person with a uterus's, health, well-being, and financial security. I'm not a researcher, but I grew up to be a teacher, and I saw that almost all of the parents of my students who were struggling, the ones who habitually fell asleep in class, the ones who missed a lot of school, the ones who were fighting, were fighting in school, the ones who got suspended for drugs, when the parents came in to get them to talk to parent-teacher conference, they were noticeably, almost always much younger than the parents of my high-achieving students. My last point is please expand access to abortion and leave us the right to choose, because it's the best thing to do for our state outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And I inadvertently skipped over Shannon Mays. Sorry about that.
At this point, it's good evening. 5 hours in. I think we're almost done. My name is Shannon Mays. I am from Aiken, South Carolina. And I was actually asked, oddly, by a very conservative friend of mine to come today because I happened to be in Washington, D.C. when Roe versus Wade was overturned and visiting my daughter, who's 23 and living there. And I happened to be interviewed by the Washington Post. So I made it to page 2 in my picture. And and it moved a lot of people. And when she reached out and asked me to come here, which I didn't even know this was happening until she did, I thought, well, I need to go. And I'm not as prepared as everybody else has been today. I didn't write anything down, just here to tell my story. And my story is, at 20 weeks, I was pregnant with my son, and we found out that he had hypoplastic left heart, which is only half a heart. And my sonographer spotted it first, and then my gynecologist did, and then I was sent to a high-risk pregnancy physician, and then to a fetal cardiologist, where he did an hour-long ultrasound on me. And, we made the decision. I mean, I will admit, I left, and I was sobbing. My mother was with me, and I said, I'll just bring him home and let him die. This was 1997, by the way. June 27th, 1997 is when I had him. But my mom stepped in and she just said, Shannon, no. She said, your child will suffer. He will suffer. He'll probably be born stillborn, but if he does make it, he will suffer. So my initial response was to do the moral thing, the right thing, being raised Catholic thing. And then my mother, said, it's not about you, it's about him. So I made the decision, and I had to post on Facebook because it was getting around and I needed to control the narrative. But 4 physicians diagnosed him, went to the hospital, they started me on Pitocin, and I delivered him. I mean, there was no, the horror stories of cracked skulls and forceps and everything. I delivered my son. I have this picture, I brought it with me just to have him here today, and I mourned him. I mean, every day, I sobbed and sobbed and sobbed. It was not an easy decision. And I think, we've become so black and white. So many people have become black and white in this issue, and it's not, there's so much more to it. And it's so much you've heard today. I'm also, my South Carolina heritage goes back to 1732. So I know how this state rolls, and I know where we're going. So I'm not going to say a lot of things other than please consider the penalties, the felonies, the criminal aspect of it. That's what I'm worried about. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Dr. Richard Cordes.
Good evening. Thank you all for staying so late, listening to everyone's testimony today. My name is Dr. Richard Cordes. I have a doctorate in biomedical sciences. My PhD dissertation was focused on reproductive biology, and I received my degree from the University of South Carolina School of Medicine. My dissertation involved biomedical markers that would help determine which embryos would implant versus which embryos would not in the field of IVF. I have been an embryologist performing in vitro fertilization and helping patients create families for the last 22 years, and I am currently an IVF director. I came here today to represent my colleagues and my own concerns about how the unintended consequences of this personhood bill may affect IVF patients who are trying to create families that may not be able to by other means. I am also a Christian. My wife and I have struggled with infertility for 10 years, and we were also IVF patients, which gives me a unique perspective that most people do not have. We have had several failed IVF cycles, but we also currently have embryos stored for future use, and we are not alone in our struggle to have families. We're also fortunate to have 2 beautiful adoptive children. 1 in 8 couples in the U.S. currently struggles with infertility. In fact, 1 in every 50 births in the United States is from assisted reproductive technologies. That's 2% of every birth. There are women born with genetic conditions which do not allow them to carry children. There are war veterans that require IVF for various reasons. There are oncology patients requiring IVF in order to preserve their fertility prior to the treatments that may render them infertile. My colleagues and I are concerned about the unintended downstream effects that this bill would have on a significant portion of the population, for some of whom their only route to having children is through IVF. This would directly counter the spirit of this intended bill by potentially preventing individuals who want to have children from being able to do so. Many physicians, nurses, and embryologists and other reproductive medical professionals are members of the American Society of Reproductive Medicine. The society is strongly opposed to any measures granting constitutional rights or protections of personhood status to fertilized reproductive tissues. If approved, the measures like this will have significant effects on a number of medical treatments available to women of reproductive age. Personhood measures would make illegal some commonly used birth control methods. Personhood measures would make illegal a physician's ability to provide medically appropriate care to women experiencing life-threatening complications due to tubal pregnancy. Personhood measures would consign infertility patients to less effective, less safe treatments for their disease. And personhood measures would unduly restrict infertile patients' rights to make decisions about their own medical treatments, including determining the fate of any embryos created as part of the IVF process. ASRM opposes any personhood bill that is unclear, confusing, ambiguous, or not based on sound scientific or medical knowledge, which threatens the safety of effective treatments of patients. I need to finish with one comment. There are things that I know that I can't encompass in 3 minutes, but I want you to know this. Just because a sperm and egg come in contact does not mean the resulting tissue is compatible with life or will become a person. Not all fertilized eggs are compatible with life, and therefore not all fertilized eggs will form an embryo or a person. Not all fertilized eggs will cleave or form an embryo or a person. Not all embryos are capable of producing viable pregnancies resulting in a person, and not all embryos are genetically normal, and some genetic conditions will not result in a viable pregnancy or result in a person. I know this because I've handled tens of thousands of human embryos. Don't make this across the board. Think about the IVF situation. Think about what will happen if you put wording in terms of the letter of the law that will make IVF potentially something equated with abortion, which it is not. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Doctor. Ashley Gint. Katie Rutland.
Mr. Chairman and members of the ad hoc committee, thank you for holding these hearings for us so that we can give you our voices and see your faces, and makes it a lot more personal. So thank you for being here. My name is Katie Rutland. I am a resident of Fort Mill, and I am a Christian, and I am an ordained elder in the Presbyterian Church USA. But that has nothing to do with anything here today, because I believe that people should have the choice over their own bodies. I'm in favor of keeping abortion legal and expanding abortion rights here in South Carolina, because it is a highly personal decision, and having it safe is crucial. Women have been having abortions since the beginning of recorded history. Criminalizing abortion does not make it go away, it just makes it a lot more dangerous. I had a pregnancy that was the result of failed birth control. My husband and I were not planning to expand our family, and yet 6 years ago, I became pregnant with a set of twins, identical twins. I did not know I was pregnant until the 11th week of my pregnancy. I was shocked and scared and quickly became depressed. That is the reaction of a white woman who is 32 in a loving relationship with a stable household and income. My babies were healthy, and I was healthy. I had the privilege of everything working in my favor. However, many South Carolinians would not. Had just one variable been different, had I been a different race, a child of advanced maternal age, in an abusive relationship, or a victim of violence, a pregnancy like mine could turn into a living nightmare. Women of color die at much higher rates because of pregnancy and childbirth-related issues in this country. Proposed bills in the House right now would force a child who is the victim of rape or incest to carry a twin pregnancy. And a twin pregnancy is unbelievably hard on a mature woman's body, and it's nothing short of cruel to force a child to carry twins. Pregnant women who are homeless or unable to get reliable unemployment face complete ruin. As the daughter of a registered nurse who worked in a women's pregnancy center in Beaufort County, I know that sometimes abortion is used as birth control after the fact. I am completely aware of that. However, it is also used to prevent pain, so babies with heartbreaking conditions in utero won't have to suffer outside the comfort of their mother's womb. It is used to save a woman's life so she can go home to the children she has there that are waiting for her. Abortion is used to keep victims of trauma and violence from being re-victimized every single day of that pregnancy and for years after. I'm almost done. There are bills that will restrict abortion access and make it illegal in this state, but what I have not seen are any bills that will help give these families hope in the form of expanding help for childcare, in the helping with education, helping give parents a chance to get an education so they can expand their job opportunities. These families are struggling and they need help. And there have not been any bills proposed to help support the families that are going to be struggling because they have restrictions on abortion access. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Miranda Brooks. Carmona. Deborah Billings.
Thank you so much. My name is Deborah Billings, and I have spent the last 30 years working diligently as a public health professional, focused on health and human rights around the world, including here in South Carolina. I'm also a person standing in front of you here today. I've been testifying on this issue for the last 12 years here in South Carolina. So I don't have the fantasy that I'm going to change anyone's mind here, but I want to be on the record to say what I'm going to say. And that is that your support for severe penalties on abortion and abortion-related issues on women, on healthcare providers, and rumor has it, on anyone accompanying women, are not going to go well. This kind of legislation interferes with privacy and freedom. It also results in severe health outcomes. How do I know this? Because I've worked in African countries, in Latin American countries, in Asian countries with their ministries of health, in hospitals, especially countries where abortion is legally restricted. The only thing that happens with those legal restrictions, because don't fool yourselves, when people need or want to have an abortion, they will do what's needed to get that abortion. When there are legal restrictions in place, it's more likely that that procedure is going to be unsafe. So what you need to be prepared for in terms of responding to us as residents of South Carolina, you need to prepare health systems for an influx of women with complications from abortion, unsafe abortions. You need to put more resources into healthcare, and you need to be prepared for an increased rate of maternal mortality and morbidity in a state that is already disproportionately high. I don't think that you're going to do that. What I would expect with the kinds of legislation that is already in place and that's being proposed is that you would put your energies now into ensuring that state dollars are dedicated to prenatal care for all people, including undocumented residents here, which is not a possibility right now, to paid parental leave for all working parents, not just state employees, to food security for families, to public education, to affordable housing and utilities. But when I look at the voting records of many of you, and I look at the state of this state, that is doubtful. So I just want to close to say, with this kind of legislation and your voting records, your pro-life rhetoric is empty. We deserve better. We have a right to better. And your proposal on a total ban of abortion does nothing to make people's lives better here in the state of South Carolina.
Thank you for your testimony. Reverend Austin Lippert.
Good evening. My name is Reverend Austin Lippert. I'm the associate pastor at Washington Street United Methodist Church right here downtown Columbia. There have been many people talking about God today, as you are all aware. We've heard about a God of anger and vengeance, a God that's out to get people. That's not a God that I know. I know a God of love, a God who so loved the world that he sent his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him should not perish, but have eternal life. This God became incarnate in the person of Jesus Christ and walked among us, getting to know us and being willing to suffer with us. When Jesus was asked, what the greatest commandment was, you know what he did not answer? Thou shalt not kill. He answered, thou shalt love thy God, the Lord your God, with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength. And you shall love your neighbor as yourself. Now, the vast majority of the testimony that I've sat here and listened to for 5.5 hours has not been loving. And it makes me really sad. I wish that we lived in a world where obtaining a safe, legal abortion was not necessary. But we don't. We don't live in that world. A world like that would be a world where a woman was never forced to have sex against her will. It would be a world where contraception is free, accessible, and 100% effective. It would be a world where all pregnancies could be brought to term without endangering the life of the mother. But we all know we don't live in that kind of world. As part of my job as pastor, I counsel people in crisis. And I spend time with them. And I know them, and I walk alongside them. And so I fully understand exactly how broken our world is. That's why I vehemently oppose this bill, 5399. It does not follow Jesus' admonition to love your neighbor because it prioritizes the life of the fetus over that of the life of the mother. This is not loving, and it is not Christ-like. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Elizabeth Burko.
Hi. Our country, nicknamed Land of the Free, initially served as a safe haven from those experiencing religious persecution. Religious freedom became one of the very first rights established in our constitutional amendments, and it is my sincere belief that it is an integral part of our national nickname. In light of current events, Roe v. Wade being overturned, I believe that that right is in danger of being compromised. I'm not here to debate on when life truly begins. I'm here because I believe that very debate in itself is rooted in real religious and moral beliefs and is therefore a protected decision. The Bible, the Torah, and the Quran all have different interpretations of when life begins. The people that read these religious documents also have their own interpretations of the text itself. Deciding when life begins is an inherently religious and individual decision. Therefore, it is protected under the First Amendment by the government. If abortion is outlawed in its entirety, that decision is taken away from us. Every U.S. citizen, regardless of their religious belief, will be forced to obey the principles of one Christian interpretation of the Bible. The religious freedom that is guaranteed to us by arguably our most important amendment shall be moot. Our nickname, Land of the Free, will lose its meaning. Please, help keep this state and this country stay true to its name and protect our First Amendment. By allowing abortion to be available to South Carolina citizens, you would allow individuals of every background to practice their religious and moral beliefs regarding the conception of life without hindrance from the government. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Jeannie Zielinski.
Hello, I don't have any prepared commentary for you. I arrived in your state 1 week ago, so this is quite an interesting way to say hello. Since we're gonna be pretty intimate here, we're gonna be talking about some very intimate things. I didn't prepare notes. I wanted to look you in the eyes and tell you about my life and how my ability to access abortion, even though I have never actually had one, has benefited me in many ways. So I don't have any children. and I was told that I would never be able to carry a child. That ended up being a good thing because I was molested at 10 years old by a 12-year-old cousin. He continued to rape and molest me multiple times a year for many years. At 12, my stepfather, who had raised me since I was 4, crawled into my bed and also molested me. I did not become pregnant from these many, many rapes. Had I would have been able to access a safe and legal abortion. In 2011, at 31 years old, I found myself pregnant, which was quite the surprise. I had a stable partner, I had a home that I owned, we had decent jobs, I'm college educated. It was a baby that we wanted. It was unplanned, but very welcomed. At 5 months pregnant, while cooking us dinner, I lost my baby. I began to bleed profusely. By the time he drove me to the emergency room, which was about 10 minutes away, I had bled through my pants, through my underpants, through the pad that I had thrown on in my haste, and onto his car seat, which always carried the stain of our baby dying. I sat in the bathroom of the emergency room until they were able to see me, because all I could do was sit on the toilet and bleed. They put me in a maternity room where I sat for a day and a half while the hospital staff gave me medications and medical procedures to allow my body to give birth to this dead fetus inside of me. When I did that, I held my dead baby in my hand, and he was the size of a squirrel. After that happened to me, I was able to go home and try my very best to pick up the pieces of my life. I got the ashes of my baby I picked up on the same day that I had my post-birth follow-up. If that had happened in a world where abortions were not legal, then every step of that would have been different. I would have been seen as a potential murderer and treated as such. I wouldn't have had access to the care that I needed in that hospital, and I probably wouldn't have even shown up there in fear that I would be considered a murderer. So please consider that as well.
Thank you for your testimony. Haley Snedman. Michelle Cannon.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Michelle Cannon. I'm a longtime resident of District 78. I am married. I have an adopted daughter I adopted in this state, and I'm a survivor of childhood rape. I felt compelled today to speak to you because for all the blustering of government officials, for all of the religious organizations we've listened to today, and the zealot individuals, you must become fully aware that it does not matter when life begins. Whether it's a fetus or a human being or not, that entire argument is a red herring, a subjective and an unwinnable distraction that could not matter less. Nobody has the right to use your body against your will, even to save their life or the life of another person. That's it. That's the argument. You cannot be forced to donate blood, even though 4.5 million people every year need it to survive. You cannot be forced to do that. You cannot be forced to donate bone marrow, even though 3,000 people die every year because there are no donors available. You cannot even have they cannot even harvest your organs after you die without your explicit written pre-mortem permission. Why? because nobody has the right to use your body against your will, even to save the life of another. If you continue to deny women this basic right, what it means is they have no more bodily autonomy than a corpse. Therefore, I demand that you repeal H 5399 and do not proceed with any further anti-abortion legislation. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Whitney Andrews.
Hello, everybody. So my name is Whitney Nicole Andrews. I am a 37-year-old resident here in South Carolina, and I am a trans woman, which means, of course, I don't have a uterus, which, there's been some back and forth about whether or not someone with a uterus should be able to comment in today's proceedings. And I will just say that I'm here not so much for myself, but for the people that I know in my life who can't be here. I know a lot of people, trans men, non-binary people, cis women, intersex people who all have been born with uteruses. And it's my sincere and honest belief that these people deserve a right to determine their own future and their own fates. And it's kind of heartbreaking to me, this notion that we just accept as written that over half the population is born with an organ that you're not in full control of, that can be basically hijacked by a relative, by someone too often that you know, through rape and incest, and basically take over the rest of your life through that act. There's been a lot of talk about the innocence of the unborn. And, well, I'll just go ahead and report probably around 37-year-old murder. As it turns out, oftentimes a single baby is actually a fraternal twin without knowing it. More than one ovum will encounter a sperm and be fertilized. And they both implant and they both start to develop. One of them just develops faster and stronger than the other one. And eventually, within uterus, one of them eats the other one, basically just overcomes them, overwhelms them, and overdevelops them. And if life begins at conception, then I'm basically the Cain to somebody's Abel. And it's really just all about that. This notion that life begins at conception. Really, I believe I will rely on the words of a wise man named George Carlin, who said that life actually began several billion years ago. It's been part of an ongoing process ever since then. And we are all just a part of that, and we should not dictate how each other live. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate every moment of it.
Thank you for your testimony. We have Ashley Lawton.
Good afternoon. It's been a long day. Thank you guys so much for staying here this long. I appreciate it. My name is Ashley Lawton. I am a wife, a mother, a daughter, an adopted individual, and I was conceived in rape. I am here today to plead with you to not include exceptions of any kind into this bill. Every life is valuable and important, and every life matters, from conception to natural death, regardless of how they were conceived. If we as a state are wanting to protect innocent lives, we need to protect all innocent lives. We cannot pick and choose which lives are valuable and which lives are not. All lives matter. Regardless of race,
socioeconomic status, or circumstances surrounding their conception. A child conceived in rape is no different than a child conceived in love, because a child is a child. If you were to put my baby picture next to any other, you couldn't tell how either baby was conceived. Both are innocent lives worth protecting. Both deserve a chance to live. An abortion will not unrape the woman, but it will most certainly increase her pain and grief. According to a 2011 report done by CBS News, following an abortion, women are 34% more likely to develop anxiety disorders, 37% more likely to have depression, 110% more likely to abuse alcohol, and 155% more likely to commit suicide. I can only imagine those statistics have increased since this report's findings were published. Abortion does not help, it only hurts. The women and children of South Carolina deserve better. Justice demands that only perpetrators pay for their crimes, and we must not punish innocent children for someone else's crime. They do not deserve the death penalty. According to the U.S. Supreme Court, rapists don't even deserve the death penalty, not even child molesters. They consider it cruel and unusual punishment to sentence them to death. Certainly, you don't believe that an innocent child deserves the death penalty for the crimes of his or her father. Just as the death penalty can't undo a rape, neither will an abortion. Rape is an act of violence inflicted upon a woman. She is an innocent victim. Abortion, on the other hand, is an act of violence that a mother inflicts upon her own child. Through abortion, the mother becomes the aggressor, and this knowledge may haunt her long after she has dealt with the rape. Women, even those who are victims of sexual assault, have reported years of physical, emotional, and psychological difficulty following their abortions. Abortion did not solve their problems, it merely created additional ones. Rape and abortion are wrong for the same reason. They are both violent acts of aggression against another person. If you really care about rape victims, you should want to protect them from the rapist and from the abortion, not from the innocent baby. More violence within her body, I'm almost done, is not the answer. The compassionate response to rape is to meet the needs of the mother, providing life-affirming medical, financial, and emotional care to meet those needs, and there are pro-life groups all across our state doing that. I am here because I am passionate about this, and I believe it is your heart's desire to do the right thing and protect all lives in South Carolina. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to remember my face. I ask you to remember my story. I am the exception so many in the political world are adding to legislation. I am a real person, and I deserve to be protected too. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We have Deborah Sonkin. Denise Carpenter.
Good evening. I'm Denise Carpentier. I'm from Greenwood, South Carolina. And if the chairman needs a ride home, I'd be happy to discuss this for more than 3 minutes that I have here tonight. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you tonight. After 63 years, this is the first time I felt compelled to come and speak to government officials. I feel very strongly about this subject, and I felt like I could no longer keep silent. So 44 years ago, I was 19. I was a college freshman, and I found myself pregnant. It was a very gut-wrenching, agonizing, and frightening period of my life, but I knew that I couldn't have a child. But I also knew that I could have a safe and legal abortion. This is an extremely personal event that I have shared with few people. Nobody in my family knows before today. But this bill has forced me to go public. This bill is going to make young women decide to take matters into their own hands because they cannot have a safe and legal abortion. And many of those women are going to die. They're going to be scared and alone. I suspect that some of them will take their own lives rather than facing carrying a baby. I suspect that many of them will look at coat hangers and think, is that my answer? And I know that because I walked down that road. This bill requires, in some instances, requires a married woman to get consent from her husband over reproductive decisions. it's 2022, and this is what we're talking about. My son is going to get a vasectomy this year. Does he need to go? He does not need to go and get his wife's written permission to make these decisions about his body. Only a woman can make these decisions about her own body. Only a woman can know all the possible variables involved in making her own health care decisions. So please reconsider the implications of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ben Jacobs.
Hello, Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for your service and for staying late to hear all of our testimony today. My name is Ben Jacobs, and I drove here today from Charleston, South Carolina. As the son of a minister, I grew up in the church, and while I'm proud of that, I have to say I'm a little embarrassed by how many of my fellow South Carolinians appear to have failed their elementary school civics lessons. Religious belief and rhetoric has no place in our laws, so let's stick to some numbers. South Carolina today ranks in the top 10 worst states for both maternal and infant mortality rates. We also consistently rank in numerous measures for the bottom 10 states when measuring our children's educational outcomes. I love our state, but I'm embarrassed by those numbers. Data reported by the states to the CDC shows time and time again that any increase in restrictions placed on abortion access, like those we're considering today, are directly correlated with increases in infant mortality, increases in maternal mortality, and decreases in childhood educational outcome measures. The same data from the CDC shows that babies born in South Carolina today die at a rate twice those born in California. By placing further restrictions on abortion access, you would be saying that you're not only okay with that number, but you support even more South Carolinian babies and mothers dying in the years ahead. If you consider yourself pro-life, decades of evidence from both the CDC and World Health Organization could not be more clear. Access to abortion saves lives. Gallup polls and Pew Research show that 3 times as many Americans believe that abortion should be available without restriction than those who outright oppose access. Nearly 60% of Americans oppose fetal heartbeat bans and laws restricting early abortion access. By placing further restrictions on abortion access, you're not only signing up to increase South Carolinian infant and South Carolinian mothers from increasing their mortality rates, but you're also working directly against the desires of the majority of the electorate. I urge you to support and expand access to and availability of abortive health care services without restriction. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We have Dr. Katie Wyatt.
Good evening. It's nice to see some of you again. I'm Dr. Katie Wyatt. I am an OBGYN and abortion provider in the state of South Carolina. I have recently moved to House District 101, and I'm excited to start practicing there. I'm not going to repeat anything that other physicians have said today, but I'm going to bring up a different aspect of a total abortion ban, a 6-week abortion ban, whatever abortion ban that you would like, that I don't know that any of you have thought of yet, and that is that of medical education. Studies show that doctors tend to practice within 30 miles of where they completed their residency. In the state of South Carolina, we have 15 counties without an OBGYN. That number has dropped over the past 8 years. In the future, if we continue to be hostile to abortion, we will our residency programs will not be able to fulfill the ACGME requirements for medical education for obstetrics and gynecology, which will lead our residency programs to become at risk of being terminated. If we don't have residency programs in this state, the likelihood of keeping OBGYNs in this state becomes even lower. If we have less OBGYNs in this state, we have less people to take care of our already high-risk pregnant population. You guys have all heard and you all know that we have a very high maternal mortality rate in this state. I'd like to do something to change that. Unfortunately, I believe, and the data backs me up, that having a complete abortion ban, a 6-week abortion ban, any hostile legislation to abortion will decrease care for women in our state. Even non-obstetric care, even gynecologic care.
and that is reprehensible. That is all I have to say for now, but I will gladly take any questions.
Thanks for your testimony. Lacey Lane.
Good evening, and thank you for your patience today. My name is Lacey Lane. I'm a mother and educator residing in the upstate of South Carolina. I'm here today because I believe that reproductive rights are human rights. The abortion ban currently in place and the bill seeking to make that bad legislation worse will have a devastating impact on the health, well-being, and financial security of South Carolinians. We're living in divisive times, as evidenced today with the testimonies from both sides. I've observed some patterns. On the supporting side, you have a lot of white males, preachers, and a lot of people that love scripture, predatory crisis pregnancy center employees. While on the opposing side, you have doctors, lawyers, professors, and people who have actually had abortions, and I'm the latter. My hope is that you're going to hear my story today and imagine that it's the story of someone that you love dearly. In 2017, my husband and I were excited to grow our family with a second child. Abortion was never on my radar, and why would it be? We were two healthy individuals with no known history of birth defects. It wasn't until my anatomy scan at 18 and a half weeks that we learned there was cause for concern. Follow-up appointments with multiple specialists confirmed that our baby boy, Evan, had a rare neural tube defect, occipital encephalocele, that affects the brain and occurs when the neural tube does not close completely. Essentially, my baby's brain was growing out through a hole in the back of his skull in a sac of skin, causing multiple brain anomalies. We learned that day that I had two heartbreaking options. I could terminate the pregnancy or carry to term, not knowing when he would most likely die in utero or in palliative care soon after birth. And as if that wasn't bad enough, we were informed we had to make our decision quickly due to the 20-week ban that was in place at that time. After consultation with my medical providers and much discussion with my husband, I chose to have a second trimester abortion. I chose to end the pregnancy to avoid the possibility of my baby knowing only a short life outside my body filled with pain. I chose peace for Evan because it was the best decision for him, myself, and my family. I'm grateful that abortion was an option so that we could provide that compassionate end-of-life care that spared my baby, myself, and my family from further pain. Under the current legislation, abortion would not be an option as my case would not meet the fetal anomaly guidelines, and I confirmed this with my genetic counselor this week. That's my abortion story. I don't believe in a hierarchy of reasons for abortion. Every circumstance is unique and personal, and each one is absolutely none of your business. But you've made it your business today. And every time the state has sought to control the reproductive rights of its residents. This is sincerely ridiculous to me. Over 67% of South Carolinians believe that abortion should be safe and legal. These are your constituents, and they deserve your representation just as much as the loud and very persistent minority. 1 in 4 U.S. women will have an abortion in their lifetime. That includes women that you know and love, whether you know about their personal medical decisions or not. Not everyone shouts their abortion story like I do. Please remember, this isn't about you, your religion, or your personal beliefs on abortion. This is about basic health care rights in our state, and it is not right to legislate other people's bodies based on your personal beliefs and agendas. Despite all the scripture we heard today, we do live in a democracy, not a theocracy. Abortion is health care. Let's restore legislation to keep it that way. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. We have Kira Mendenhall.
Hello, I am Kaia Mendenhall. I am a resident of Charleston. I grew up in Greenville. I am a intensive care nurse practitioner, as is my husband, who has been a member of the military for 20 years. And as y'all have heard from so many doctors and so many educated people, this is not in line with any medical guidelines that we've been given by the American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology or the American College of Pediatricians. And so I actually wanted to address, though, because those people have gone over that, was something that the red-headed representative over here brought up earlier about things specifically within the bill. And just reading this to you, so this is the part of the bill.
It says medical emergency means a condition that by any reasonable medical judgment so complicates the medical condition of a pregnant woman that it necessitates the immediate abortion of her pregnancy to avert her death without first determining whether there is detectable fetal heartbeat, or for which the delay necessary to determine whether there is a detectable fetal heart rate will create serious risk of a substantial irreversible physical impairment of a major bodily function, not including psychological or emotional conditions. A condition must not be considered a medical emergency if based on a claim or diagnosis that a woman will engage in conduct she intends to result in her death or substantial irreversible physical impairment or a major bodily function. And my question is, what does that mean? Like, to me, that's clear as mud. Like, you're asking people in an overstressed healthcare environment, people that have dedicated their lives to medicine, to understand what that means in an emergency situation. So, like, what does that mean to you? What does that mean to y'all? Like, someone explain that to me.
Well, the purpose of this today is for you to give us the way you feel about things, and we're receiving that today. We're not going to get into a big debate here. So I'd ask you to give us the information.
So the information is, this is what it says, and that's very unclear. And the healthcare system is overstressed. Healthcare workers are overstressed. You're asking them to make decisions based on things that are not even medically indicated. And so I ask you that based purely on science and medicine and the things that we have been told, like by people that are much smarter medically than we all are, that this is not safe. This will result in deaths. This will result in more poverty. Like these are the facts. And so I ask you to vote based on your facts, not on what you believe. And that's what I ask. Thank you.
We appreciate that. Thank you for your testimony. Ashley Reagan.
My name is Ashley Reagan. I'm 38 years old, and I live in Charleston, South Carolina. According to many polls, I am the Republican core, non-Hispanic, religious voter. I have voted for the Republican Party since the age of 18, with the exception of Donald Trump in 2020. I'm not here to tell you my abortion story because I do not have one. The women who seek abortions are not just a statistic. They are real women with real faces. These women are all different and all equally as important, deserving of getting the care and treatment they deserve. These faces are pregnant rape survivors, scared mothers with a loving family at home, young children forced to carry a baby of a perverted family member, and the college student who has made a grave mistake on a Saturday night. These faces are my friends, my family. They are my fellow South Carolinians. Again, all women, all humans, all equally deserving of the right to choose. Throughout the last week, I have realized the beating heart has vanished from the Republican Party. It has become nothing but an empty vessel of an agenda. We are left with lobby dollars, big donors, and extremists. The lie till they believe users and the Trump circus. The Republican Party that I have grown up knowing as a conservative, middle-of-the-road heartbeat of America is gone. And it's leaving voters feeling confused, betrayed, and left behind. South Carolina has an opportunity, to be on the right side of history, to be a conservative state that shows the ability to compromise, to recognize the needs of its citizens, to respect and honor women, these women who have an emotional, mental, physical capabilities to make decisions for themselves. We can be the state that chooses to hold women's hands and not dismiss them as second-class citizens. As abortion rights are human rights, South Carolina has been on the wrong end of many issues throughout history. And let this be a moment where we can be proud of ourselves in 100 years. We, the people, mind you, the people that elected you, the people that actually hold the power to remove you are still standing, and we will not back down. We elected you to office, and we stand behind this testimony and fight tooth and nail to push you out if you can no longer protect our freedoms. I believe in this battle for women's rights, and I believe in Judgment Day. There are only 3 people in this world who can judge me: my 2 children and my God. Unfortunately for you, it's God and the 3 million South Carolina voters who will decide your fate. Voters like me may not be the loudest, may not be holding the biggest sign, but we are watching and we are listening, and we will see you in November. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Lisa Van Riper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of this special committee. I am Lisa Van Riper. I reside at 234 East Parkins Mill Road, Greenville, South Carolina. I have given about 45 years of my life to education. I hold a master's degree and have taught at 2 colleges. I've taught government there and 2 colleges in South Carolina. Many misconceptions brought abortion into existence, and misinformation continues in order to maintain its acceptance. One such misconception is that all women support abortion rights, but many women do not believe that they must have the right to destroy their unborn children in order to define their existence or the meaning of the universe, as Justice Kennedy opined in the Casey decision. I am one of those women. I have not always been one of those women. For almost 2 decades, I identified with feminism and maintained a publicly pro-choice position. But once confronted with the biological humanity of the unborn, I took a year of research, concluding the following. Science leaves no doubt to the biological humanity of the unborn. Yet Roe v. Wade, coupled with Doe versus Bolton, does in fact allow for elective abortion virtually throughout pregnancy. We've heard about a lot of hard cases today, but over 90% of the abortions are not for these. They are for social and economic and other reasons. And also, third, Roe does not always liberate women. Rather, it leaves women vulnerable to the pressure from others. Fourth, Roe is inhumane always to the unborn and can be physically and psychologically scarring to women. 5, Roe separates biological humanity from legal protection. It is not enough to have a heartbeat or a brainwave or feel pain, at least under Roe, to get government protection. Roe implicitly establishes being wanted by a third party, not biological humanity, as the basis for in utero protection. 7, Roe allows one human being to use the death of another human being to address social and economic problems. These findings led me to break with my feminist sisters because I could not demand the rights for myself while not at least trying to protect the right to life of my unborn sisters. I could also not support a legal decision like Roe that left the medically fragile vulnerable to infanticide or euthanasia if they became unwanted or too costly to society. I will just conclude by saying that we have a chance now to look at all the new medical information we have, to hear all the voices in South Carolina, to operate under our federal system that we have, and to encourage South Carolinians to seek life-affirming solutions to social and economic issues as they create a culture of life. We need to receive children, yes, as our unborn neighbors, and we need to receive them as blessings to be cherished, not obstacles to be discarded. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. I have Jennifer Potter.
Doctor, thank you so much for seeing me today. It is my 32nd birthday, the date of my last period. It ended yesterday. I do still owe a clinic in Fort Mill about $1,000 for my IUD that they got me in 2019 because I didn't have insurance and I couldn't afford it, even though I make 2.5 times South Carolina minimum wage. I've been fertile about 20 years and sexually active long enough to have about 115 fertilized embryos pass unimplanted through my body, theoretically, because no one knows. There's no way to prove pregnancy without implantation and production of the HCG hormone. I'm still taking really strong antidepressants because of the crippling suicidal depression I've suffered since my missionary and pastor father was publicly revealed to be having an affair with an acolyte only a few years older than my oldest sibling. There are 9 of us. These meds are keeping me alive, but they'd be extremely harmful to a pregnancy, so I hope you agree, doctor, that getting pregnant is not a good outcome for me.
I'm sorry, you are doctors, right? That's why you're here deciding what medical health care I'm allowed to access in my state?
Ma'am, if you just tell us what you want us to hear, we're listening.
I'm just trying to clarify. I mean, you're passing laws regarding my medical health care and what I'm allowed to access for myself. But if you're not qualified to make those decisions, why are you passing laws about them? That's what I want you to hear. I want you to hear that you don't have the right to decide what medical health care people get. And I know that some representatives are more focused on their phones than the testimony, especially once they know that people aren't on their side. Not to mention, I've tried to testify multiple times, but as someone who works 9 to 5, and since the committee decided not to do any more virtual hearings, it's really hard for people to access. It's the privileged that get to access these hearings, not that anyone cares to listen to us. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm frustrated and I'm angry that we have these hearings, that we have to stand out in the sun for hours because the room is too small and because you don't want to hear actual voices. You want us to send emails that you're going to ignore. You don't want us to talk about trans rights and how everyone deserves access to health care. You want to play on your phone, do this little procedure, get home, and then pass whatever freaking laws you wanted to pass in the first place. So what I'm here to say is that you guys don't deserve to be up there because you're not doctors. You can't tell me what's best for my body. You can't suggest what's going on with my health care because that's not what you're doing. You're sitting here passing laws saying that I can't access abortion, but you don't have any recommendations for me. So that's what I want you to hear. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm taking this time. And there's a lot of people out here taking up religion, and I was a missionary kid. I heard it all. And guess what? It's all bunk. I ran away and I escaped, and I'm proud of myself. And I have to go back and work tomorrow because I have a real job. And if y'all aren't my doctors, y'all shouldn't be passing laws about my medical health care.
All right, well, thank you. I'm glad you got to testify today. All right, we have Jessica Newell.
Hi, I just wanted to say that each and every one of you deserve to be here. I don't have to tell you that. I just wanted to clear that up. It's a hard act to follow, but hello, my name is Jessica Newell, and I'm the president and founder of an organization called Illuminate. I'm here today to request that South Carolina be on the right side of history by implementing protection at conception without exception. I am pro-life because biology tells us that human life begins at conception, biology, not faith, and killing human beings is always wrong. A headline of the Quillette Daily Citizen states, "Life begins at fertilization." 96% of liberal, pro-choice, and non-religious biologists agree. This being said, abortions don't happen at conception. In clinical surgical abortions, such as D and X, happen as early as the first trimester when the baby has been significantly formed. The baby who undergoes the procedure is torn limb from limb, skull crushed, and brain matter expelled. This is a cruel and violent violation of their bodily autonomy. I am pro-life because abortion is not only damaging to the baby, but to the mother as well. Abortion hurts women physically and mentally. With the knowledge that post-abortive women are 155% more likely to display suicidal tendencies, we can ask ourselves, is accessible abortion really about protecting our women? As well as this, the pro-abortion lobby lies to women, telling them that they need abortion to survive what may be a life-threatening pregnancy. The Dublin Declaration, which has over 1,000 signatures from obstetricians, neonatologists, pediatricians, and midwives, and other medical professionals, has proven against this. The intentional and deliberate targeting of a human being in the womb will never be medically necessary, only treating her health condition. This is why I request that abortion be outlawed even in life of the mother cases. The pro-abortion perspective blames the foster system, they blame disability, they blame broken homes and financial hardship, while I am here to tell you that we are nothing alike. While they advocate to end the sufferer, we are breaking our backs to end the suffering. Join us, redistribute your efforts into reform opposed to abortion. For every one Planned Parenthood facility, there are 4 pro-life pregnancy resource centers that give women the opportunity to choose anything other than abortion. Millions of dollars in free resources are utilized each year by struggling mothers. Many argue Black Lives Matter, LGBT people deserve respect, women should be treated as equals, but why are we so opinionated on these issues? Because we claim to be fighting for the person behind them. What hypocrisy! How is it that we are able to tell your best friend's suicidal son that killing himself is not the answer, yet you support this friend in her contemplation of abortion while that very son was in her womb? You cannot care about someone in one stage of their life while advocating for their killing in another. Those who genuinely care about human life advocate for its protection from conception to natural death. This is why I genuinely believe that abortion is the root of every single world issue that we have faced and will face in the future. Join the pro-life movement in being a part of the solution. People are dying and we don't have time to cower. I survived abortion, but abortion will not survive me, and I'm here to request that it does not survive you. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Leanne Newell.
I honestly was not going to come today. I mean, I was coming, I was dropping off my daughter Jessica. But I didn't prepare anything. I wasn't supposed to speak. It was her Illuminate that she started. But as I stood in line, the hot sun line, I was really disturbed by, I don't want to take sides as far as, but it appeared to be the pro-choice group that was just the rhetoric. It was just disturbing to me, just egging people on to really say something, and I have my 16-year-old here. She's going to speak as well, which she wasn't planning on. And then my husband's here, so it's a family deal to support Jessica. And, of course, the unborn. Basically, I'll just give you a story. She said, just give your story. Okay, I'm one of 8. I'm the youngest of 8 in my family. We're Catholic, obviously. Well, not obviously, but 8 kids, come on. So my father was an alcoholic. While I was in the hospital, being born, or I don't know how old I was, to be honest, he was dying in the hospital. So her parents took her in with 8 kids. My mother was an only child. And basically, my mom and my grandparents raised us, but my grandmother died when I was 5, and then my grandfather died when I was 17 or 18, something like that. So my mom still had all of us, okay? There is a Marine, Army, Navy. My sister had 2 children out of wedlock, chose life. She's very glad she did. My family is very divided on this issue, on many issues, to be honest. But one thing that we all came to conclusion, when my mom passed away with cancer, we all came together and we all said that she was our best friend. That's the only thing we can seriously, strongly agree on. So my mom chose life. I'm pro-life. If you think about the word pro-choice, it rhymes with voice. And whose voice can't we hear? We can't hear the voice in the stomach, the womb. We can't hear that unborn voice. And I really haven't heard anybody talk about the voice of the person inside the womb. They can't tell us anything, okay? But people like Jessica and the pro-life group, that's what they're there for. They're not trying to divide people. They're trying to speak for the unborn. Unlike what I stood there in that hot sun, and I had the rhetoric of nearby people that have left since recently. But, singing songs and talking about running away, and I have my 16-year-old there. I don't hear that commentary too much with the pro-life, although I have heard, I am Catholic. Again, my family, we're all divided on that issue as well. It is not a religious thing. It is a human being, okay, religion aside. But what do we say? We say one nation under God. Under God, the word God. I know people hate to hear that, but God is in there. One nation under God, and I swear to God, I hope that never leaves that, okay? For justice for all. So for all, that includes the voice that we can't hear. For all. It's not just
Yes, ma'am.
my body, it is also another life inside me. So it's two bodies. So if someone killed me with a pregnant body, they'd be double homicide, I believe.
I'm sorry.
Oh, is that bell? I'm up? Okay.
Yes,
I'm not,
ma'am.
I've never done this. I thank you for your time, and thank you for the security
Thank you for
around.
your testimony.
Okay, have a good one.
Melissa Newell.
Hello, my name is Melissa Knoll. I'm 16 years old. And I'm here to address the fact that a fetus is a clump of cells. And the myth that that is a justification for abortion. What is a cell? It's the smallest form of life. So, why is that a justification for abortion? A fetus is just a developmental stage, much like adolescent and teenager. So when was the right to life decided by how old or developed you are? And that's all I have for today. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. We have Amanda McDonald Scott.
Good evening at this point, and thank you for all your patience and for being here today and still being here to let me speak and everyone else who's interested today. I'm Dr. Amanda McDougald Scott, and I'm the chair of the Greenville County Democratic Party. I'm here to talk briefly about this, as you know, but did you know that in the United States that abortion used to be a cause championed by the majority of people who believed in individual freedom? This changed in an effort to expand political power, which puts personal preservation over the needs and desires of a majority of Americans, especially the young and less financially resourced. Meanwhile, belief and trust in government is now at an all-time low. In 2020, nearly 1 million registered voters in South Carolina did not feel that it was worth their time to vote. So continuing to vote against the will of the people, the majority of the people of South Carolina, will further erode that trust. You, our elected officials, represent all of us, and must take action that benefits the majority of South Carolinians, not be primarily focused on a minority group within your base so that you can stay in office. The majority of people in South Carolina who are of childbearing age believe that abortion should be safe and legal, and this is according to Pew Research. This is the population under 50, and those are the people whose opinions should matter the most, because it's an issue that affects us most. Another interesting finding within these statistics is that there are plenty of religious South Carolinians who do believe that abortion should be legal. The largest religious group in South Carolina is Christian, that's 75%, but only 35% of that 75% is evangelical. That minority, that 35% of Christians who are evangelical, comprises the majority of people in South Carolina who believe that abortion should be illegal. So why does one minority religious group get to make the decisions for the rest of the state? Are we a theocracy? Based on the will of a minority of South Carolinians and against the usual interest of the General Assembly to do things like reduce taxes instead of investing in programs that will improve the life for children and families in South Carolina, you want to invest in further policing of our population? And I'm referring to House Bill 5399, by the way. A year ago, I heard a lot of outrage over a piece of cloth that could save our lives. Although that piece of cloth made schools safe for children and adults with disabilities. There's a lot of interest in expanding access to guns while children are being gunned down in schools, malls, and 4th of July celebrations. Seems like there's a lot of interest in infringing on the rights of others when it suits a specific agenda, which is also hypocritical when now you're asking for more money, time, and intrusion of privacy, pitting neighbors against neighbors, increasing the cost of law enforcement because of a minority's desire to force people to have children while offering no safety once those children are born. Some of you may have even supported or paid for abortion to save money for yourselves or heartache for family members. What will happen in the future when you have to make these decisions? Will you transport your daughter to North Carolina and skirt the law? What if your neighbor turned you in?
Dr. Scott, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it up if you can.
I'm almost done. So overall, I'm asking you to be more concerned with the will of the majority of people in South Carolina and the freedom to choose one's own path in life than the will of a minority that keeps you in office. And let's consider the liberty that South Carolina holds dear and not ban abortion here. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We have Jason Murphy.
Hello. For the sake of the committee who heard the blasphemous statements by people who profess to be Jews, I'm a Jew by covenant. In this book is found the Torah, not the Talmud. The Talmud is a bunch of man's opinions on what Yah's law is. The Bible tells what Yah's law is. And one of the prophets, Micah, was instructed by Yahweh the Creator in chapter 6, verse 8, O man, he has declared to you what is good, and what does Yahweh require of you, but to do justice, to love grace, to walk humbly with your Creator. Romans 13:3 declares that rulers are chosen by our Creator, Yahweh, to be a terror unto evil, which would include the immolating of our own children. For nearly 50 years, Christians and the Republicans of this state have used an immoral court decision to justify not using the legislative arm of our government to establish justice for all human beings from the point of fertilization to natural death. That establishing justice would include penalizing not just the abortionist, but the mother and other accomplices to the murder of their child. It is a disgrace to this state that you have not had an ounce of manly backbone to establish justice already. The heartbeat bill you've got already is an immoral law because it shows partiality and does not establish justice, as this book commands you to establish justice. The answer for what to do about child sacrifice is found right in the scriptures. Proverbs 3 instructs us not to lean on our own fleshly wisdom, but to follow Yah's commands. Read the scriptures, repent, obey, establish justice, and abolish abortion now. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Brandy Webb.
Good evening. I appreciate all of you staying to listen to all of us. I know you guys have heard a lot of testimony today. My name is Brandy Webb, she, her, and I live in Clover, South Carolina. My daughter Kinsley is 7 and attends school in Clover. 42.3% of South Carolinian women and 29.2% of South Carolinian men experience intimate partner domestic violence within their lifetime. I am a survivor of domestic violence. My ex-husband assaulted me on many occasions, the last being within the last custody exchange we had with our 2-year-old daughter. He made the choice that I was not allowed to leave, kept me against my will, along with my daughter. That lasted over the course of 3 days. Over that course of time, I was repeatedly assaulted, and I was raped. I was
told if I didn't comply that there would be consequences. I was finally allowed to leave because someone came over and intervened. I had bruises and burns on my body from the cigarettes and where he had hit me. Luckily, I did report to law enforcement. I went to the hospital, did everything that people would normally expect a victim to do. However, I was offered a Plan B pill, but I was told because it took place over such a long period of time that that may not work for me. I might have to consider other options. One of those options being abortion, which is the reason we're all here today. Like many of you, I am Christian, and at one point I could never imagine making that decision. I chose to be a mother, and although I was in the middle of a divorce and a single mom was challenging, I would not change my choice to be a mother for anything in the world. I had a hard pregnancy, and due to a diagnosis of dysautonomia and Ehlers-Danlos, decided that I was done having children. I went to a medical provider and asked to get my tubes tied and was told that I was still too young because I was 24 and I may change my mind, and the provider refused to do it. However, I did not ask to be raped, and I knew that I did not want to have another child. 1 in 5 women and 1 in 71 men report being raped during their lifetime. There are many victims that choose not to report. A victim should not have to relive their trauma just to get health care. Abortion is a healthcare decision between a patient who is pregnant and their medical provider. This also affects other medications such as methotrexate, which is life-sustaining for many. I urge that South Carolina House of Representatives reinstate the right for South Carolinians to have access to health care, including abortions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We have Mike Smith.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Mike Smith. I'm a longtime resident in Lexington County. I'm also a registered engineer in the state, working for an electric utility. There's a lot of pressure to act quickly in this space, and I think all citizens deserve that you take your time, because this is important to get this right, well, as right as you can. And I think everyone that spoke today spoke from the heart, and it's amazing people speaking from the heart can speak from such different places. I think you may find that while I'm speaking from the heart, you may not be sure where I land with what I think you should decide in this abortion space. In 2007, I was asked to serve on the murder death penalty trial of Ron Finklia, who committed a heinous murder of Angel Peters, a security guard. And we were given 1 week to decide guilt or innocence, and we were given 1 week to decide life or death. But one thing that we were given is we were always given the opportunity of mercy. And so we didn't have to have a reason for that. That was just something that was given to us as a jury. And so the state empowered 12 strangers to make a death or life decision over the course of 1 week. If abortion is about pro-life, and I think in the legislation I think it is, I think it's important to reconcile the state's position on the death penalty then. I won't serve on the death penalty trial again because I've made the decision that I don't want to participate in that, and I really don't feel that I am a person to decide to make that judgment call. But I'm okay to live in a state that has that, because after all, the state isn't just about me. And so my request today, and I think you're doing it, is to hear all the different sides, to take your time, to get it as right as you can, because I think we all deserve it. I want you to incorporate everything you've heard, and I hope that you go out of your way to create legislation that divides us less, empowers us as individuals in the community to do the right thing for the situations that we are individually and as a community are presented. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Annie Worth.
Good evening. Thank you for having us all here. My name is Annie Worth. I'm from Belton, South Carolina. I'm a Marine Corps veteran and I have a degree in criminal justice. When I joined the Marine Corps, I was 18 and ignorant. I didn't know what I was doing. I swore an oath to a constitution that I'd never read, which many people I've found do as well. Out there today, though, with that mob, I can tell you that I'm ashamed to even say that I served a country that supports such action. Women shouting their abortions, shouting their murders is really what it is. And we live in a nation that has protected that for 49 years, and we should all be ashamed of ourselves. Every single one of us, myself included, because I stood by in apathy for 30 years as babies were slaughtered. But now we don't have Roe to hide behind anymore. We can't hide anymore. The Supreme Court has put it back into the state's hands, which is debatable if that was the right decision or not. I do not believe it was. They should have ended it from the federal level. But it's back in your hands, and you can't hide behind Roe. So we all know abortion's murder. That's not even up for debate. So now we have to decide what we're going to do to protect the babies. And the biggest thing that I've heard is life of the mother, life of the mother, life of the mother. Well, guess what? The mother's life is no more valuable than that baby's life. I had an emergency appendectomy when I was pregnant with my first child. And if anybody can go look at her, she's back there, and tell her that she should be dead so that I could live, you should be ashamed of yourself. Because my baby had the same value that I had, created in the image of our Creator from the moment of conception. And my life was no more valuable than hers. When I went into the hospital, I actually told them, make sure you save my baby. I didn't think about myself, and I can't believe the selfishness I've heard from these so-called women, mothers that have stood up here thinking that their life is more valuable. It's an utter shame. We need to teach women to be mothers again. And women that willfully go in and murder their babies are not victims. They are murderers. Anyone can go to notovictim.com and see that these women want to murder their babies simply because they don't want a baby. If they were pregnant with a kitten, they would want to keep it, but they're not pregnant with kittens, and they know that. They know they're pregnant with human beings, and they want to murder that human being, and they should be penalized for doing such. Murder laws need to apply to all human beings from the moment of conception to natural death. We don't need new laws. We simply need to repeal all pro-life laws and add a definition to our murder code that protects human beings from the moment of conception. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We have Mary Michael Baker. Oh, I'm sorry. We'll come back to Alexander Worth.
I was supposed to be dead. The girl that conceived me was 17 years old. If you're tired, would you please stand up and get some rest? Stand up if you need to. I'm a teacher. I know you're tired. I'm going to try to talk to you and help you stay awake because I'm the last one, I think. Am I the last one?
We're going to stand up in just a minute.
There's one more. Okay. All right. Representative McCravey and Representative Magnuson and all of you, what a wonderful thing it has been today that we have had the opportunity, the freedom to talk about all of this together. And we've had a chance to even hear from everyone's thinking, everyone together. We have all been able to talk freely about this very thing. We have been given back our freedom. Life is difficult, whether it's in foster care or in the home of a medical doctor who eagerly adopted me. I was chosen carefully by him. But my home, even though physically I had everything I needed, there was a lot of brokenness in my home, and I'm not going to go into that today.
My face should not look like it does today, but I want you to look into my eyes. Look at me. It's a miracle. It's a miracle. If I had grown up in foster care, I have a friend that fostered 19 of them. They all see her as their mother, and she has homes all over the country because she can go visit every one of them. She did a great job fostering them. My medical doctor family, we did the best we could under our circumstances, but we had some pain. I'm grateful for Heartbeat. And I'm sorry that there's been so much testimony from the other side today. When I got here, see, I'm from Columbia, but I live in Greenville. And when I got here, it's an emotional thing to come to Columbia because I love it here. It's my home. And I was born just a few miles from here at Providence Hospital to a lady who did not want me. And when I met her at age 30, I was 30, she was 47 when I met her. She told me that she believed that I was a cancer growing inside of her body and that she could not wait to get me out because she wanted to go to graduate school and get a PhD, and she did. But in order to get me out safely, since the laws of my time prohibited abortion, she took vitamins and went to a girl's home. I think she did. She went to a girl's home. I want us all to think about the fundamental difference. I think the fundamental difference that we have is who is in charge, us or God. It's one or the other. And if God is not in charge, and if we reject him, then there is no hope, and it makes perfect sense to kill babies as our solution.
All right, we have Alexander Worth.
All right. So we got three important definitions that you should follow. Abortion is the removal of an already dead baby. So that's not what we're trying to criminalize. We're trying to criminalize aborticide, which is the murder of a live baby in the womb, which would cause somebody to have an abortion and take that baby out. But the real problem in America right now is immolation. Immolate. That's what Jason was referring to. This is to make a victim of a sacrifice. And that is what these women are shouting when they want to murder their baby in the womb. They are making a victim of their innocent baby for the sacrifice of their own wants and own gains. So what we want is to make all the intentional homicide law applicable to all people, to apply to all people from fertilization all the way to natural death. That's what we want. So that way, something like this stops happening in your state. This is an 11-week-old baby, and they continue to be murdered despite your heartbeat law. But the wicked, if he will turn from all his sins, which he has done, and keep my statutes, and do justice and righteousness, living he shall live, he shall not die. And all his transgression that he has done, they shall not be mentioned to him. In his righteousness which he has done, he shall live. Every single one of you is wicked. Every one of you is wicked. I don't care if you're pro-life. I don't care if you're a Christian. I don't care about your background. You are wicked. And every single person in this legislature is wicked by allowing abortion to continue, by allowing perversity to continue in our state, to allow open drunkenness, defiling of the Sabbath. It doesn't matter if you break one of his laws. This is what Jacob says. Many would say that he's James. If you break one of his laws, you are guilty of the entire thing. It doesn't matter if you're a murderer or an adulterer. If you commit adultery, you're still guilty of murder in the eyes of Yahweh. And you will be held accountable for your own sins. And only if you will repent and turn from your wickedness, you will live, just as Yeshua said. So today is the day to repent. I don't care what the state says. We shouldn't legislate murder, first of all. And it doesn't matter any of these things. You need to repent for your own salvation because America will fall because of the innocent blood that has been shed for over 49 years. You need to make yourself right with your Creator today. Otherwise, you will fall into the judgment of an almighty Creator, and He will not show mercy on you.
All right, thank you for the testimony. That concludes the testimony today. And I want to also let everybody know that's watching online as well that you can send in testimony, written testimony to ad hoc committee, ADHOC committee at schouse.gov, and every member will get a copy of what you send. I want to thank everybody. I want to thank the members today, even Billy Garrett over there who stayed with us the whole time, and Senator Garrett, and all those who came and testified. We want to thank you. I think we proved that we can be civil in South Carolina under the most adverse of circumstances. So I'm happy about that. And I want to also commend our staff who stayed this late, and all the law enforcement officers and our sergeant at arms. We really appreciate your sacrifice for us. Yeah, and we're going to stay until the room is cleared, and then we'll be free to go. All right. Anybody have anything else to say? We've concluded the agenda, so the meeting is over.